shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave.
Right.
Hello there, you freedom-loving awakening wonder. Thanks for joining me today for Stay Free with Russell Brand. How we appreciate your loyalty, your fealty, your ability to see past deception and towards truth. And that's exactly what we're covering today. We're looking at Canada. Has Canada set itself up as some sort of dystopic authoritarian nightmare where academics are punished and penalized, where clerics are flung in jail, where protesters are demonetized? What's going on under the auspices of democracy, under the admittedly fantastic coiffured hair of Justin Trudeau? We're looking at that in detail. We're going to be speaking to Stella Assange, activist and wife of Julian, who knows a thing or two about freedom and incarceration. She's just been to see Julian, and we'll be talking today about the possibility of Julian being released and what it means when a man is incarcerated, jailed, without trial, without conviction. What does it mean for justice? What does it mean about the principles themselves? Are there any principles at all? Now, we need you to follow us on Rumble. That's how we plan to survive, thrive, and move forwards. Like and subscribe to our channel there, and press the red awaken button to join our locals community and to support us directly if that's something that's within your means. If not, your presence is so much more valuable than your money. I can't tell you how much we value you. Lindsey Graham has been sending messages to Trump, essentially a pro-war message. The war between Ukraine and Russia continues to escalate. People continue to die. Peace is still not permitted to even be discussed. And Graham has a message for Donald Trump, who curiously, extraordinarily, is the only significant political figure advocating for peace. Just wrap your head around that now, that Trump is the lone voice advocating for peace, and he's perhaps the most vilified figure on the planet. Let's have a look at Lindsey Graham offering a curse to Trump.
Have you asked Donald Trump, your friend, to come out and publicly support more aid to Ukraine and to push some of these skeptical members of the Republican conference?
I'll leave it up to him to what to do, but he wanted to get out of Afghanistan.
Well, Vladimir Putin has been praising him for his comments about Russia and
Here's what I'll say
Ukraine.
about President Trump. He did not pull the plug on Afghanistan, even though he wanted to. The biggest mistake we made since the war on terror is withdrawing from Afghanistan. To President Trump and anybody else, if we pull the plug on Ukraine, that's 10 times worse than Afghanistan. There goes Taiwan. To stop funding Ukraine is a death sentence for Taiwan. Putin will keep going. You missed all of World War II if you don't know how this movie ends. To the Republicans who say Ukraine doesn't matter to us, you're wrong. Respectfully, you're wrong. The war gets bigger, not smaller. There goes Taiwan.
Well, it's a terrifying, mad prediction. There goes Taiwan. Taiwan will be next. That's 10 Afghanistans. I'll give you 10 Afghanistans for the price of a Ukraine. Terrible, terrible auctioneer Lindsey Graham is. And do you see how we're sort of gridlocked into perpetual war? It's the worst thing since the War of Terror. So it was a mistake to get into the War of Terror, but the Afghanistan war is sort of part of that ongoing hellish narrative, and there's no way out of it. Let's see who else has been addressing Donald Trump. You may have already seen this. Chris Christie is not a man who should be trying to come up with catchphrases and nicknames. He don't have that ability.
In Washington, D.C. also. And Donald Trump should be here to answer for that, but he's not. And I want to look at that camera right now and tell you, Donald, I know you're watching. You can't help yourself. I know you're watching, okay? And you're not here tonight, not because of polls and not because of your indictments. You're not here tonight because you're afraid of being on the stage and defending your record. You're ducking these things. And let me tell you what's going to happen. You keep doing that, no one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
All right. I'd say that's a lot of pipe. There was a lot of exposition required to get there. Okay, but I'm going to do this down the camera. Now, wait, you're not here, not because you're not, well, it's not because of the indictments, but, and also it's not because of the polls. So you are ducking, okay, therefore I'm going to call you, wait for it, and all the while you're thinking, this isn't going to be Donald Duck, is it? It's not going to be, like, we've almost sort of forgotten that Donald Duck and Donald Trump have the same name, because it's too glaringly obvious. It's too much in our face as a reference to warrant being comedically utilised. But Chris Christie there, he's given it a bloody good go. And so to Kamala Harris. I get no joy from criticising high-profile political figures. My belief is that as we continue to awaken, as we continue to access the depths of our being, as we see plainly that these systems are incapable of delivering anything other than hypocrisy and corruption, they appear to get worse, whether it's dear old cadaverous Joe Biden, who's in a plain state of atrophy, or Kamala Harris, who's meant to be the safety net in the event that dear Joe Biden inevitably tumbles. She appears to be worse than him, using metaphorical systems and rhetorical devices that don't make sense in any language, although I'm not actually qualified to say because I only speak this one. So let me know if there is another language in which this makes sense. Let me know in the chat and the comments. Remember, we're going to be on these platforms just for a while, but then you have to click the link in the description to support us, to support free speech, to support freedom more broadly. Let's have a look at what Kamala Harris is saying.
You know that old story about the two frogs in the pots of water? Okay, so here, you're a good storyteller. I'm gonna tell you a quick story. So 2 frogs and 2 pots of water. So in one pot of water.
Firstly, this is not an old story. It's an apocryphal tale. I think where Kamala Harris is going is that frogs don't notice that the temperature is gradually increasing till ultimately they're at boiling point. I think that's what it is. But I don't think there are 2 separate pots of water. And it's not like sort of a folky tale that's told to kids. It's like just an odd way of illustrating the idea that you don't notice incremental change. And it's not true and it's not real. But already I'm confused by it.
You drop the frog in and you slowly turn up the heat. And that frog will be like, oh, it's getting a little warm in here. And then that water starts to boil and that frog perishes. In the other pot of water, you turn up the heat to the point it's boiling. You drop the frog in it, it'll jump right out. Let's not be that first frog.
No, let's not be that first frog. Could there be a more inspiring message as your fuel bills soar, as your food bills become unmanageable, as your country falls apart before your very eyes, as sacred principles just fall away to leave nihilism and a kind of moral morass and an empty hollowness, a facade? Let's just remember that our way through this is just don't be that first frog. That's what I will say in this situation. Kamala Harris sometimes seems to defy description, but people had to go at it with one of those word clouds. Let's have a look at how they described her. Variety of words that we used: useless, strong, idiot, incompetent, horrible, worthless. Oh my God. Some of it's actually a bit unkind, clueless, unsure, puppet, lovely, Democrat, cop, meh, pathetic woman. Them word clouds bring out some extraordinary reactions. And so now we go to another extraordinary emergent facet of authoritarianism. This phenomena, I believe, is perhaps the most important thing happening on the world stage right now. Liberalism, safety, security, and kindness are being presented to us as a way towards a progression in society, a better and more evolved society. But when you actually look at the legislation that accompanies the rhetoric around helping people and supporting one another, you will note that often it seems to benefit elite establishments and penalise ordinary people. And that could be no more obvious, yay, Lord, the very gods themselves come out in support of us, than in this extraordinary story where a Calgary pastor was sentenced to 60 days in jail for his role in protest against COVID-19 public health measures. If you ever want to question whether you're on the right side, have a look at a pastor being arrested by masked men and flung in jail for simply following his religious beliefs and standing with his community. Here's the news? No, here's the effing news.
No, here's the fucking news.
Trudeau's Liberal Canada jail a pastor for giving a speech at a blockade while celebrating actual Nazis and calling non-Nazis Nazis. Yay, Canada? Plainly, truth is coming out. Plainly, new revelations are being made. Plainly, we are at some sort of biblical apocalyptic time where pastors are put in prison by the Canadian government and neo-Nazis, well, not neo-Nazis actually, original Nazis are celebrated literally in Canadian Parliament. So, where is the truth? Where is the justice? Can you trust the system? Let's get into it. And isn't it curious how those that claim to be representing people that are suffering, the vulnerable, appear to be the most authoritarian, dictatorial, deceptive and deceitful of them all? Let's look at this story in Canada and see if it can be applied to other global situations that we're experiencing. Remember, we need you to follow us now. That's how you do it. There's the details. And if you can support us, we need your support. And I can't promise your bank account won't be frozen. I wish I could. If you're in Canada, it probably will be. Let's get into this story.
Calgary pastor Artur Pawlowski has been sentenced to 60 days in jail.
Nothing like a pastor being arrested in the middle of the road by policemen wearing masks to tell you that democracy and the system are thoroughly healthy.
For his role in protests against COVID-19 public health measures. Pawlowski was found guilty of mischief and breaching a release order.
Mischief? Isn't that like what Bart Simpson and Dennis the Menace and adorable scamps throughout time have done?
No vulgarity, no mischief, no politics.
This is for the spirit of play, for questioning the difference between right and wrong, and for standing up for what you believe in. 20 years. This is the key, by the way.
Back in May, in connection to the demonstrations, which blocked Alberta's main Canada-U.S. border crossing at Coutts. During the trial, prosecutors said Pawlowski's impassioned speech.
How dare you? How dare you use passion? This is Canada. Oh, sorry. Let me neuter that right down.
Pawlowski's impassioned speech to truckers fanned the flames of unrest and convinced them to stay longer.
We're at a curious point, aren't we, where now, a few years down the line, it seems that many of the questions around coronavirus and the way that it was handled, particularly by authoritative and, I would say, proactive or interventionist governments, is up for inquiry. Did lockdowns work? Did masks work? How effective were vaccines? These are all just questions that you might, if you're not in Canada, think about in the privacy of your own home for now. Because it looks like what the Canadians are actually looking to introduce is sort of thought crime laws. Like, don't think a boot to that. Sorry for the cheap boot joke, but, you know, it is Canada, and I'm not there at the moment, so...
I always said to the government officials, leave me alone. Please leave me alone. Let me do what I'm good at, which is feeding the poor, preaching the gospel, and just being a church.
Preaching the gospel, feeding the poor, and going to church. There's that key.
You don't have to come and listen to me. However, let me do my job. And that's what I did in the past 3 years. I did my job. I am a shepherd. I stood by hurting people. I did my best. You don't have to like it.
You actually do have to like it. It's a new law. It's now the law in Canada that you have to like it. What an extraordinary situation where someone who dedicates their life to spirituality, to truth, to the exploration of meaning, to supporting a community, standing up for their own rights. And remember, we now know that on average, Canadian truckers were more vaccinated than the average Canadian population member per capita. You know, there's data on that. You know, follow the science, as they say. So we know that it's not that they were particularly anti-vaccine. They were just particularly pro-freedom. Now, one of the macro arguments we are making to you on our channel right now is that ideas around safety and convenience and security are being mobilised to shut down your liberty. But what was once regarded as the
I get you. I mean, you won't get paid till next week anyway.
Privacy or private belief, all these things, they're going.
Yeah, as soon as you get off, it'll be perfect. I'll be done with these guys by then.
Are being shut down radically. I'm almost glad of a situation where street preachers are being banged up in Canadian nick. 60 days that dude got, and they wanted him to have 10 months. They wanted him to have 10 months. And just bear in mind that this is taking place in the same sort of time frame as a Nazi being applauded in Parliament. You might think, oh, that was just a spurious error. No, it wasn't. They are so keen to live in a projected reality that actual reality doesn't matter. There is a conjured medium maelstrom of reality, then there is actual reality. That is why we have to find a deep connection within ourselves to a kind of absolute truth, to absolute values, to absolute principles, because they ain't got any.
Back in May, Pawlowski was found guilty of mischief and breaching a release order.
I can't get past that mischief. Is like, that's a crime now? Like, when is all this laws being introduced?
We've had quite enough of your evil mischief.
Mischief, skullduggery, tomfoolery, and hijinks. 20 years.
Bart, the record of your mischief is staggering.
Prosecutors said to the court that Pawlowski's speech at the border...
I wouldn't have your hand up at that angle. If I were you and giving a speech, mate, you might get all of Parliament applauding you.
...convinced the protesters to stay longer and to, quote, hold the line.
Like I said, I should never be arrested. I should never be charged with an offense.
Martin Luther King was a preacher. Malcolm X was essentially a sort of imam. People that have strong religious conviction will apply their religious conviction to social situations because they've not been individualized, materialized, brought low, reduced, told there's no hope and there's no way. Because this person's a man of God and sees spirituality as being more valuable than sort of the set of values that a culture just comes up with off the top of his head and then makes the actual law. These people like you, people like me, that have actual values, that believe in redemption, salvation, believe in change, believe in changing the system, believe in changing the self, believe in moving forward, believe in beauty and grace and truth. They are a threat. You are a threat. Your freedom is their problem. Plainly, look.
I was there in the capacity of a pastor.
For Bridge City News, I'm Micah Quinn.
Let's have a look, though, at what else is going on in Canada, just to make sure that the imprisonment of a pastor isn't some anomalous outlier. We first became interested in what was going on in Canada because in spite of his appearances and, let's face it, lovely haircut, Justin Trudeau doesn't appear to be that interested in freedom, the rhetoric of freedom. Yes, but the sort of authoritarianism and emergency law-evoking kind of capacities of people that are more traditionally associated with tyranny. But tyranny in Canada is not always bad, even the worst example of tyranny in human history, the Nazis. Last week, the Canadian House of Commons Speaker Anthony Rota invited a 98-year-old man named Yaroslav Hunka to attend a speech by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Rota called Hunka a Canadian hero, and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau cheered for Hunka alongside lawmakers. They were willing to do that just because they just didn't understand the facts and they hadn't looked into them properly. In a spiritually evolved society, the possibility of redemption and absolution for a Nazi would be something you consider. If you read, for example, Viktor Frankl's seminal work on his experiences in concentration camps, Man and His Search for Meaning, then you'd be aware that the travesty and murders and genocide of the Second World War oddly provided an opportunity for change. But that's not the culture that's being evoked or invited in Canada, a culture of like where we really try to understand reality, morality, truth, spirituality. What they want is just to mobilize and utilize particular narratives that can legitimize authoritarianism and control. You'll never see them advocating for a story where it's like, oh yes, I suppose actually we should just let people do what they want, and why don't we give people a vote on whether they want that or not, and maybe for the next, if there's going to be another lockdown, people can vote on it, and maybe we can let the truckers decide. No, they're never going to come to those conclusions. It's always going to be, you know that pastor, put him in prison, because that is control. Control. Bear it in mind, learn to observe, learn to watch. I know that you're doing it because I read the comments, I read the chat. I know that you're further along than me, many of you. Let's ensure that we keep doing that together, eh? In response, Rota took full responsibility for the incident, and Trudeau called it deeply embarrassing. Trudeau then warned against Russian propaganda and Russian disinformation, because he's just saying stuff now. Yeah, you know, we applauded some Nazis because of Russian disinformation, actually. Is it not Canadian disinformation to celebrate a Nazi? You could say that. Are you Russian? Trudeau's non-apology and dismissal of criticism as Russian disinformation is especially hypocritical, given his repeated denunciation of the Canadian Freedom Convoy as a Nazi-linked movement. Because the truckers' grievances were legitimate, and over the years seem increasingly legitimate, and because the actions against them were pretty draconian and extreme, emergency laws, freezing bank accounts, not allowing people to fund them, throwing people in prison that gave speeches, you have to find a way to legitimize that. You have to reverse engineer it. What would make it legitimate to do that? If they were Nazis? Yeah, but then...
Yeah, I did. All right, cool.
Yeah.
So
Anyway,
I'll
we've got this
just
guy
remember the
in
login
Ukraine,
you
you're all gonna
created.
go, "Hey, what are you doing the war again?" I don't know, but apparently he got
I'll be able to pull up the
down.
username, so if I can tell you that, you
Around
probably
the
know what
truckers,
the
Trudeau
password
said,
is.
we are seeing activity that's a threat to our democracy. It's a threat to your democracy. Your democracy is not a
I mean,
democracy,
like I said,
and it's undermining the public's trust in our
If
institutions.
you can't, I can
Quite
reset
rightly,
it. is what
Trudeau
I'm
one day
saying.
later compared the truckers to
Because there's
Nazis
gonna
and
be some
American
electronic
racial
transfer.
segregationists. That's
No
disgusting,
big deal.
isn't it? Like, what the hell does it have to do with racial ideology, the freedom of movement, the rights
If
for
we ever
workers
reset
to
it,
unite?
typically
How
we
is
just
that
change it to
even
your first name,
connected? Isn't it
last
more
name,
likely,
if that's
here's a
available.
hypothesis, that it's got nothing to do with that, and they retrospectively apply that in order to disempower that movement? What do you think is more likely, looking at the facts? Conservative Party
well,
members
yeah,
could
you're
stand
right.
with people who wave swastikas.
Yeah,
He
I know
said.
what to say.
They
As
could
long as
stand
you
with people who wave
can-
the Confederate
can know
flag.
it, then
I
just let me
prefer
know
to
what
just out and
typically
out
we
applaud
set it up
Nazis.
as if
Bring
we
them in
ever
from the
have to
cold
reset
and
it
clap
for
at them
you.
up in the gallery. Straight for
If you
it.
can
Not their
get in,
signs
that's
or the
fine.
monikers, the Nazis themselves. It should not have to be said, but it does. Trudeau had zero evidence then, and none today, that the truckers were racist or Nazis. Zero evidence. The swastikas printed on flags at the convoy were not hate symbols. They were intended as criticism of the government's overreach through a comparison to Nazi Germany. Yet Trudeau condemned a Jewish member of parliament for being sympathetic to the convoy and for supporting people who wave swastikas. Trudeau's colleagues participated in his conspiracy theory. One Liberal MP said that truckers' honk honk slogan was a coded message for Heil Hitler. There was never any evidence for this then or now. Isn't it more likely that at a trucker protest, where there's likely to be trucks and you're on a road and people have got horns, that it might mean honk your horn in support of the truckers? That well-established form of showing solidarity, but I suppose that's not Nazi enough, is it? So if we could just, Hail Hitler. Yes, we could undermine their entire campaign with this. And meanwhile, let's get this guy over from Ukraine. Good work. He was very busy. Apparently in the 30s and 40s, he got a lot done. As such, Trudeau was spreading disinformation. Naturally, Trudeau has for the last 3 years been accusing others of spreading disinformation and demanding that social media companies like Facebook and Twitter censor the people he disagrees with. The problem with you, lot, is you celebrate misinformation, and you also celebrate Nazis. But what about you with that Nazi? That is Russian disinformation. Canada's political troubles may seem trivial and unimportant. The country is not a significant military power. It has fewer people than California. Its economy is the 9th in the world. California is the 4th. Trudeau has just been engaging in the usual progressive rhetoric of accusing his opponents of being Nazi, something both sides do, as the controversy over last Friday's applauding showed. But Trudeau is important, and what he's doing in Canada should terrify everyone in the Western world who cares about being free from government tyranny, censorship and disinformation. That's because Trudeau is pioneering a new way for governments to take control over the information environment, spreading disinformation and demanding censorship that is similar but different to efforts we're seeing in places like California, Australia and New Zealand. Former and current colonial powers appear to have relationships with some of the nations they helped to establish, i.e. the countries listed just then, where piloting ideas that would seem likely to engender resistance in countries like the United States or the UK, or seem more pronounced and more dangerous, appear to be able to be practiced there. Notice that during the coronavirus period, Australia set up, I think I'm right in saying, internment camps. Notice that Canada is very assertive and progressive with authoritarianism, with the disinformation being described in this article. It seems to me that because these countries, because of a shared tongue with significantly your country, the United States of America, are being used to normalise ideas and to introduce ideas that elsewise we might be reluctant to accept. Let me know if you agree with that. Let me know if you think that Canada, Australia, New Zealand, maybe even the UK to a degree, we're no longer a superpower, we're essentially ancillary to the United States of America, are being used to pilot ideas, normal ideas, so that they can become ubiquitous. Let me know in the chat in the comments if you agree with that. People across the Western world were rightly alarmed when Trudeau last year invoked for the first time in Canadian history the Emergency Measures Act and froze bank accounts of people who had simply donated to the truckers' cause. It was brazen thuggery that Trudeau justified by calling ordinary Canadians Nazis and racists. If you call someone a Nazi or a racist, whatever you do is permissible. It seems to me that's how this particular play works. Trudeau's crackdown on the Freedom Convoy protesters was followed by efforts to regulate and control the internet. His Online Streaming Act and Online News Act gave the government expansive new powers to regulate what happens and what you see online. So it's about control, isn't it? Like the Online UK Safety Bill here in the UK. Do they want to protect you or do they want to control you? Do they want to help you or do they want to control the access to information that you receive? Just have a look and decide for yourself. You'll be able to work it out. Are there any global trends? Do there seem to be laws being passed all over the world? Does there seem to be a process of vilification, shutting down of dissent, shutting down of dissidents, vilifying people that disobey and stand up and oppose authority? You can observe all of that for yourself. You don't need me or anyone else to tell you. You let me know in the chat. The atmosphere created by Trudeau and his party is completely upending Canadian society, leading to the persecution of his detractors and limiting speech and expression. Earlier this month, a Liberal judge in Calgary sentenced a Christian pastor to 2 months in jail for what he said during a 20-minute speech to the Truckers' Freedom Convoy. We can't keep bringing you inspiring, groundbreaking, anti-authoritarian, anti-totalitarian content like we do without our partners and sponsors. And this week, once again, we've teamed up with, you guessed it, Sticker Mule to create this limited edition sticker pack. Look at these delicious stickers. There are 6 stunning designs, including this guy. They're only available in this pack, and they're all made with Sticker Mule's magic touch. Sticker Mule has 10,000 of these packs. That's right, 10,000. Ready to deliver to you absolutely free. Just go to stickermule.com/Russell and fill out the form. It's perfectly easy. Stickermule.com/Russell. Fill out a form. Then you're just going to have some stickers, all right? And isn't that better than where you were prior to the... Yes, it is better. And this is how we're able to continue to bring you radical content that challenges the system, like we're doing right now. Get over there, stickermule.com/Russell. Fill out the form. Get on with it. Right. The College of Psychologists of Ontario recently ordered conservative psychologist Jordan Peterson to undergo social media training because they believed his tweets and opinions were problematic. An Ontario court then upheld the college's decision. So it began in academia. It began as a cultural phenomenon, and it's ended up in the judiciary. The judiciary imposing measures on Jordan Peterson. You have the right to agree with or disagree with Jordan Peterson. You know I have a friendship with Jordan Peterson. He's my friend. And I disagree with him, as I'm sure he disagrees with me on many issues. What I don't disagree with is his right to freely communicate and essentially have a set of values that seem to me to be based in pretty thorough research. And I've had arguments with Jordan Peterson about some of the matters where I disagree with him, and it seems that that's not actually affected our friendship. But what is clear is what's going on in Canada is anything but dull. It's terrifying. In looking to defend minorities and promote culture, Trudeau's Liberals are everything they once feared. They are authoritarian, anti-democratic, and illiberal. I think what happens is inept politicians that are kind of like pop star poster boy politicians that kind of look nice or sort of seem appropriate are kind of groomed and ushered through the system, and they don't actually, this is my view, my personal view, understand politics that well, and they're able to be manipulated by people who understand things a lot better than they do. And they don't notice that all of a sudden they're saying things like, I admire China, yeah, we should shut down their bank accounts, yeah, let's invoke the Emergency Act, those truckers are Nazis, because they're not grounded in the kind of ideals that, for example, that pastor is, who's like, I'm willing to get arrested for what I believe in, I'm willing to die for what I believe in. Those kind of values, even that kind of mindset, having a community that you care about, having people that you love, having values and principles that go beyond materialism is being eroded because, well, you know, why? Because we're living in sort of cellular, atomic little realities where the best we can hope for is just some sort of quick hit of purchase. We've been distracted and disconnected from God. And you have to wonder whether Jordan Peterson is a problem, not because of his views on identity and identity politics, or because he has a deep reverence for meaning and passion and standing up for what you believe in. What do you think, based on what you're learning about Canada here, think is more of a threat to the Canadian system? Do you think it's like they're fretting all day, oh no, we really want to help people on their identity issues? Or do you think they want control? Because look at the legislation that's been introduced. What does it seem to be augured and directed towards? And what's happening in Canada is not separate from what's happening in the US, the UK, Europe and Brazil, but intimately connected to those nations. That's what globalism means. There is a kind of a global tide rising. There is authoritarianism, centralism. There are connections between laws in the countries just listed there that sort of don't make sense. Where are they coming from? Whose ideas are they? What happened during the pandemic? Where did those decisions get made? What happened in anomalous nations like Sweden that took a different path? Did they have a lot more deaths? Oh no, less deaths. This is extraordinary. Where do these edicts come from? If they're not grounded in data, in real verifiable facts, then it's an agenda, then it's an ideology, then it's globalism. According to Justin Trudeau and his Liberal Party supporters, he and their party are the party of compassion for vulnerable people, freedom and Canadian culture. Liberals care in their view, while Conservatives don't care. Trudeau has proclaimed his loyalty to the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And when the Liberals introduced their social media reform legislation, they said the goal was to promote Canadian culture, ensure the sustainability of the news industry, and guarantee we heard from marginalised voices. But government cannot claim to care about the vulnerable or about freedom while freezing the bank accounts of a single mother working a minimum wage job, as Trudeau's government did. Nor can the government claim to care about the vulnerable or freedom while trying to regulate the internet to prevent further protests and challenges to Trudeau's government. The main way Trudeau and the Liberal Party are trying to do this is by subsidising news media and punishing smaller media outlets. This is similar to what government governments are doing all around the world. The government defends the crackdown on expression and speech by appealing to Canadians' innate sense of kindness. Our leaders tell us we must protect our culture, protect the vulnerable, and care for our communities. They argue that limiting expression and criminalising dissent is a means to that end. But censorship has always been used to hurt and marginalise minorities and has never helped them. Rights were won for African Americans, gays, and lesbians by ensuring they have the ability to express themselves freely. Trudeau's actions aren't about social progress, they're about power and control. Trudeau embodies many of the traits of left-wing authoritarians. All authoritarians support censorship and submission. They tend to believe this is necessary because in their minds the population is naive and cannot be trusted. Can there be a clearer marker of authoritarianism than the belief that the population are inferior to those that govern? I think for a long time we've sensed that that is the mindset. They think they're better than us. They think we can't run our own lives. They think our relationship with them is like
one of them is really
who can dock your pay in the form of taxes, dock your freedom in form of censorship, and now in new, previously inconceivable ways, control your movement, control your ability to communicate, control your ability to participate in the technological public sphere. This no longer seems to me to be about kindness. I think we're going to have to check our value systems. What is the liberal left about? What is Justin Trudeau trying to achieve? If your real end was to help people, to protect vulnerable people, wouldn't there be more evidence of it? Wouldn't there be less and less globalist measures like curtailing freedom, freezing bank accounts, etc.? Wouldn't you see the promotion of open conversation, the promotion of freedom, and a good faith relationship with the population? Wouldn't you see the promotion of smaller media outlets and the diminishing of larger ones rather than the subsidization of larger ones, which is what's actually happening? Authoritarianism is predicated on this idea: you should not be allowed to control your own life. You don't know what you're doing. You need to be controlled, and they are going to control you. It's as simple as that. Trudeau constantly splits the population into liberal angels and conservative devils. You either believe in liberal climate policy or are a climate denier, according to Trudeau. You either mask up and vax up or are putting lives at risk. You either support the radical demands of trans activists or you hate sexual minorities. There is also something deeply antisocial about Trudeau's behaviours. To falsely accuse your opponents of Nazism and racism, to cut off the bank accounts of people who criticise you, these are cruel and callous behaviours. Few Canadians believe that Prime Minister Justin Trudeau meant to undermine democracy or stand with Nazis last Friday when his main Liberal Party ally led the House of Commons in applauding a former Nazi. But that's the whole point. Trudeau no more meant to undermine democracy or stand with Nazis than Canadian truckers meant to undermine democracy or stand with Nazis. And yet Trudeau accused them of precisely that. Few Canadians see either Trudeau or Canadian truckers as Nazis. What we need to change now is for more of us to get angry when we see our leaders label our fellow citizens as such. It seems that we live in a time where treasured and hard-won principles, such as justice, such as freedom of speech, such as innocent until proven guilty, are just being casually discarded, all in the name of kindness and safety and security. But if you see a pastor being arrested by masked police and put in prison with a claim that he ought to serve 10 months, when what he was actually doing was standing up for what he believed in, meanwhile Nazis are being applauded in Parliament, which, as this writer says, was obviously an error, you have to question how much you can trust this system. Are countries like Canada and Australia and even the UK being used to pilot a new form of authoritarianism? Authoritarianism not based on militarism, although militarism is always one of the ends and certainly where the money comes from, but a kind of totalitarianism that's based on helping others and protecting you from yourself. I believe it is. I believe that authoritarianism is based primarily on the idea that they know more than you, that you are not capable of running your own life, that if you defy them, if you dissent against them, you can be shut down, depersoned, and even imprisoned. And I believe we have to stand strongly against that together. But that's just what I think. Let me know what you think in the chat. Keep chatting, baby. See you in a second.
No, here's the fucking news.
So, liberalism and freedom now apparently has the peculiar veneer of authoritarianism and looks like members of the clergy being flung in prison for standing up for their community. It increasingly looks like dissident voices are silenced in order to maintain centralized control. And on that note, what a fantastic guest I'm about to introduce. If you're watching us anywhere else, we're going to be exclusively available on Rumble now, so click the link in your description. And if it's within your means, please press the red button and become an awakened wonder to support us. We need your support now more than ever. But if it's not within your means, you stay with us. You, your attention, your consciousness and your life are far more important to us than your money, let me tell you that. Joining me now is Stella Assange, human rights lawyer, activist, and of course, wife of Julian Assange. Stella, thank you so much for joining us today.
Hi, Russell. I'm happy to be here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's lovely to see you, mate. You went to see Julian pretty recently. Tell me, how did that visit go and who was with you?
Updated count?
Yep.
Well, on Saturday,
you're good.
I went to Belmar
So I didn't
prison
remember.
to see Julian, like I do once or
Right.
twice
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and set up your security questions.
a week. But this time it was with the kids and Roger Waters and Yanis Varoufakis. So it was a really special visit.
What is it like? What are the conditions of the visit like?
Well, we were able to go in without any issues. And actually, we were able to
click on
film
e-documents.
outside Belmarsh. I think they turned a blind
And then the green button there says employee start wizard.
because Roger was there and they didn't want to cause a scene. So thankfully, we were able to do a video outside with Yanis and Roger, and I think it's had 1.5 million views on
on that
Twitter.
form, you just have to check the box on top and bottom.
Already. And it was lovely. I mean, you know, we only get 2 visits a week, so we have to, that's all I get and the kids get with Julian. Sometimes I'm traveling, so sometimes he's able to also see friends while I'm away or when I'm here.
Sure.
And this
Then
time
next.
he was able to see Roger Waters,
the
who of
handbook I
course
have
has
right
been an
here for you,
incredible
so
advocate
Time for that.
for Julian. He has a free Julian Assange.
Yep. Now what the next button does is, if you click next and it doesn't advance you, it's going to tell you in red what the issue is.
As part
with
of
the
his
form.
show
Like
that he's
with this
been
one,
touring around the world with.
It checks
And
it
of course
over for
also
you.
Yanis Varoufakis,
Mainly just the
who
top
was
portion
the
there.
former minister of economy for Greece and, you know, global commentator and an old friend of Julian's. He was would visit Julian in the embassy regularly. So it was really nice for Julian to see his old friend Yanis and his new friend Roger, who he had never met in person, but of course knows all the advocacy and amazing support that Roger has been giving Julian over the past few years.
I understand that there is some more optimism around the campaign for Julian, in particular because of the 60 Australian MPs that have urged the US to release Julian. Does this feel like public opinion and even significant political support is beginning to increase?
Absolutely. What Julian has is a global campaign, the likes of which we have never seen before.
Julian Assange's wife.
Before. Every single day, there is some action somewhere around the world, from Sri Lanka to the UN General Assembly. The UN General Assembly, I bring it up because Lula, the president of Brazil, had his address to the General Assembly. This is the meeting that takes place every year in September, where all the heads of state of the world come together to New York, to the UN building, and then they speak, they give an address. And Lula was one of the first ones to speak, and he brought Julian up in his speech. And what happened there was a completely rare for the UN General Assembly, which was that there was a spontaneous applause in the hall. And that's because Julian's case is so important and symbolic of our times, of an abuse of the legal system, an abuse, a geopolitical kind of show of force in which the person who has exposed the most the,
up here where it says
the
other
excesses
names,
of
put N/A,
the global
also for an apartment number.
superpowers
For some reason, something has to be in those blanks.
situations of war, interfering in the legal
N/A.
systems of not only their small states, but also their big allies like Germany and Italy and Spain. So Julian has had such an important role in exposing the true kind of anatomy of power globally, that this has become a reference point for our times and is of geopolitical importance. So you have that kind of big picture political significance of the case. You have the legal significance of the case, where you have all the major human rights groups, all the major press freedom groups who are saying this is an aberration. This case is the biggest threat to press freedom globally, not only because it's an attack on the First Amendment in the United States. It's the first time the Espionage Act is being used against a publisher. It will be able to be used against the rest of the press, not just the press, you know, not just the ones with the press credentials, but anyone else really who dares publish true information about criminality, about the most powerful people in the country, in the United States. But then you have a different dimension, which is that Julian is Australian, and he wasn't even in the United States, right? So the US is using its espionage laws extraterritorially to apply to the rest of the world, to basically muzzle the rest of the world, to restrict freedom of speech in the rest of the world, in other countries, in the UK where he was, in Europe where he was publishing from, and so on. And then you have another aspect which has developed over the last 10, 12, 13 years, which is the surveillance on the internet and the means through which they can actually censor speech. And we've seen this, of course, in the last 4 or 5 years, where social media companies have been instrumental in interfering with people's ability to transmit their voice online. And so that has come about because the tools with which speech can be suppressed are proliferating. There is not just a market for censorship. There's also a market for tools to censor, and this is so tempting for the powerful. If the tools exist, of course they will be deployed. And at the same time, there's a weakening of the protections, of free speech protections, of human rights in general, of citizenship rights in general. And so you have this, on the one hand, states and corporations having greater means of coercion, and at the same time, citizens becoming less and less able to resist, less and less able to speak out, less and less able to push back. And this is a very terrible trend. So Julian's case exists in this greater context. And I think the whole world knows the significance and how Julian's case connects with all these issues.
One of the other shifts that appears to have taken place within the framework of Julian's incarceration is that authoritarianism has peculiarly drifted and acquired a new aesthetic. Just prior to our conversation, we were talking about events in Canada and their ability to imprison individuals on the basis of protest, their new online bills that, of course, as you've just outlined, permit censorship. We've been talking about how comparable bills have been introduced in the UK and indeed across the world, and a significant part of Julian's revelations detailed where we were, you know, gosh, 20 years ago or whenever it was that those revelations were made. And of course, as you've explained, the situation has gotten worse, and the power to censor, control, and the desire to legitimize authoritarian control has increased since then. One of the things that I continue to be surprised by, Stella, is the posture of liberalism whilst endorsing and practicing tyranny.
And then you go all the way to the bottom.
Do you think that there was something pivotal in Julian's revelations around, for example, the Hillary Clinton emails and other revelations about the Democrat Party that have somehow contributed to this extraordinary shift where parties that present themselves as liberal, pro-minority, pro-protecting vulnerable people are oddly the most willing to shut down dissenting voices, the most authoritarian? Has it sort of been a case that has shown us the transition of liberalism into authoritarianism?
Well, I think, look, you have to look at this from a long perspective. Liberalism was pretty well
Remember there,
defined, I think,
where it says, "Are you a
one
new
could
employee?"
say
Just
during
put
the
yes,
Cold
and then
War,
just put today's date.
you
Because they don't let
had
us put a
the
future date.
virtue of liberalism kind of held against, one could say, the virtues of the other
check the
bloc.
box.
So the other bloc was talking about social and economic rights. It also had obviously a very dark side to it. And then the West upheld civil liberties, freedom of speech, etc. And
They're in alphabetical
what
order
has
in
happened
numerical order.
since is that freedom of speech over time, as the internet has become
just put
a
today's date
generalized means of communications globally, freedom of speech has been recast as a danger. Information has been cast as a threat.
Go to the
It
bottom.
can be
Let's finish.
misused. It's basically cast
Oh,
in a
you did. So
conflict
you and your daughter, so
and
you put a
war
2 there.
framing.
Okay.
And
You should be
then at the same time,
Finish.
well, how can they do that? How can they go
All right.
from
So as long as it doesn't say input, you're good. Where it says pending review, it just means I have to do my portion.
self-definition that privileges civil
Nope, you're done on the
liberties
computer.
and this self-image of,
Sit back over there. We'll
freedom
get
of
you on
conscience and freedom of speech to where we are now. Well, they've kind of instrumentalized this sense of protection, of safety, and of determining areas in which they, as the paternal figure, will come and look after us, the poor public that cannot discern what they should know or what they should say, and so on, because you don't know what the consequences might be. It's, of course, a very cynical shift. This is all bullshit. It is just the temptation of authoritarianism has been too strong. The means through which they can exert authoritarianism have become so available that they keep on keeping up this rhetoric, this liberal rhetoric, but don't believe in it and don't practice it and don't set any expectation of practicing it, because the excessive force through which people, governments have used their powers to shut down freedom of speech over the last 5 years have become really obvious to everyone. And so, for example, the people who donated to the Canadian truckers now understand that they are in a different world where even their what used to be protected expression of freedom of speech to support whatever cause they wish to support has been shut down, and there are consequences for you personally as a result of that. And who knows what kind of list they've been put on through the banks, and the banks are now an extension of that control network through which freedom of speech is being suppressed.
Yeah, it does seem to be happening. It seems that while still maintaining the guise of the values that you rightly pointed out proceeded, particularly in opposition to a sort of a Cold War opponent where the authoritarianism and the Stasi and the KGB and the executions and the poisoned umbrellas were all sort of very lurid and vivid and Cold War. And Ian Le Frenay, is it Ian Le Frenay? I mean, the guy that wrote James Bond. It was all sort of very pronounced and clear. And it appears now that we've drifted into a point, sort of, in particular, it seems to me, Stella, I know you've been observing this more closely than I have, but in the last couple of years, 5 years, 10 years, you're more likely to get support for actual liberty, whether that's freedom of speech, freedom to publish, freedom of press, and principles like judiciary and the assumption of innocence until proven guilty. Those kind of principles are being discarded, curiously, in the name of this parentalism that you've just described. And have you found that you're more likely to get allies that are on what you might once have regarded as the conservative right? Or do you think that part of what's happening is that those labels and models are starting to break down? Vivek Ramaswamy, for example, publicly said he would free Julian, obviously. And I wonder if you feel that there's now a shift where the authoritarian and more tyrannical and censorial and incarcerating and espionage act utilizing government are the ones that present themselves as like the friendly face of progress.
Well, I find that Julian has allies across the spectrum, and I think that's partly because the attack against him is so outrageous that the only people you really find defending his incarceration, his extradition, are somehow implicated in the crimes and corruption that he exposed. You know, be it, I study them on Twitter and so on. You get this person who says something outrageous about him remaining in prison, and they're usually like in Virginia or used to work in Guantanamo Bay as a prison guard, or, you know, and then it's like, of course, well, but it's rare to find people nowadays saying that Julian's imprisonment is okay, and that's a good development, and I think we've made fairly good progress in the mainstream for that to happen. But I think there's something else going on here as well, which is that in the very center, you have a very constrained position. There's no free thinking. It's more about associations, what is the right position to take. That's why you have, you know, the major parties are virtually indistinguishable, because there is no expression within the system for opposition, and that is negative in a way. But it also means that outside of the center, there is a dynamic and interesting development where people from different sides of politics, you know, who have different views on the role of the state and immigration and all sorts of things, also come to agree about a few things. And I think the central one there that I hope everyone can converge on is freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is really kind of the central pillar for a democracy. And if you start undermining freedom of speech, then all the other rights you have basically melt away. And so I think there is a growing awareness that freedom of speech is the one in which we need to agree in order to progress as a society. And of course, Julian has been a freedom of speech advocate for decades, and the whole WikiLeaks project is about not just the integrity of the historical record and you know, the ability to put evidence of wrongdoing onto the public record,
you're just signing that
but
you
also
understand
the
the job
ability
description.
to
I'll give you a copy of that
transmit
too. Yeah, we'll go at the
information.
very end
And if you
of
look at
this
the
process, I
United
figure out what shift
Nations
you want, then we decide how to start
declaration,
dating.
the UN declaration, sorry. If you look at the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which was formulated in 1948.
Do a quick run over on the
it's kind of
the application again.
basic
you remember the username you
document
used?
to which the international order was formed after the Second World War. So there was a lot of, I find it to be a very virtuous document. And Article 19 talks about freedom of speech, and it is the freedom
that's what you used. I'm telling you what you used.
to seek, receive, and transmit information, regardless of
did you want
means
to change
and
it? 'Cause I
across
can change it right now.
frontiers. And this
You want me
is
to just
such
change
a
it to your first name,
revolutionary.
last name, like the normal, or
Okay,
whatever you want. Yeah, okay.
This is such
wanted to make sure that
an amazing article when you think about it. If it were actually able to be preserved and enforced, which is obviously what we're trying to do through Julian's case. This is something that everyone signed up to seek, receive, and transmit information with across frontiers and through whichever means. And that is what is being attacked right now, because if people are able to speak to each other,
We're not going to run it back.
a lot,
Just, if we
a lot.
need a position and requirement, we just need permission. Okay, that's fine.
If information is free, then
Last portion.
power
You heard me explain it to them, guys. Here's your handbook.
is challenged. That is a natural dynamic.
Stella, though, what I'm experiencing, and I don't know if this is because of the kind of cultural space that I'm occupying, I don't believe it is, because what I think is that I have consistently remained anti-authoritarian and once was associated with the left in a conventional way, in the way that, broadly speaking, any celebrity or public figure has that kind of champagne socialist veneer or air about them. Although personally and actually, my background had always included activism, and because of being a drug addict, had always meant that I'd lived on the margins, both economically and indeed criminally, due to the sort of status of controlled substances. What I feel is happening, though, now is that free speech has become a right-wing talking point. That the many, for example, Canada, but also the United States and also Australia and also the United Kingdom, are introducing bills that control, limit, curb, dilute free speech under the auspices of misinformation and disinformation. I don't see the same appetite to do that on the right. I don't know why this point of difference has emerged or occurred, but there are times when I think that it is particular to Julian Assange, in fact, specifically because of revelations around the Clinton emails, because the discrediting of the Democrat Party. I feel that this issue is a sort of a centerpiece within that. And I believe, and I'm obviously in the case of Julian Assange bears this out, that if your free speech is a challenge to the establishment, they will find a way to delegitimize your free speech by saying that you are a particular case where free speech shouldn't apply because of some egregious act or some crime, or as in the case in Canada, oh, well, those truckers are Nazis and you can't give Nazis free speech, so we're going to have to shut that down and close down their bank accounts. So whilst I acknowledge that support for Julian Assange and the atrocity of his imprisonment can come from across the board, I have a sense that when it comes to significant movement, you're more likely, and this is a question, not a statement, do you think it's more likely that a Republican president would pardon Julian Assange than a Democrat president? Because I do think that's the case, even though, of course, Trump, who apparently considered releasing Julian, ultimately did not.
Well, look, the support for free speech at the political level is basically absent, and that's because, as I said, the means through which they can shut down, control not only your speech, but
if you don't, I can reset it. But go ahead and try
the narrative.
What you think it might be.
Is much more accessible now than it was years ago, and that is tempting, especially. Not just tempting, but is basically
I'm gonna restart for you. Just give me a second.
Required.
It's gonna be on the paper there. See where it says temp 123
they have
exclamation
defined the
Just give me a second,
information
I gotta reset
sphere as a threat model. And there is no significant
Just
pushback.
cap and then the exclamation point at the
NGO
end.
economy and researchers and think tanks and so on that have suddenly seen the enormous pot of money
or you can
that
carry
is
them
being
home.
made
It's up to you. They just
available
don't want
for
you wearing
public
them to and
funds and
from
so
work.
on to be able to fight
contamination reasons, in case you start to shit.
information that is dangerous. And so
Not a
there's
good thing
there's
there.
a huge
There's locker rooms.
constituency that is keeping this illusion alive. And then you have the people who just want to who are not part of that. And it's people from, there are a lot of interests. I mean, if right now maybe it's the right who is more sensitive to it because they are being more censored, then it's just a matter of time before the others realize what kind of monster they have created. And so I don't think we're there yet where there is a general realization that we all have to converge on the principle of freedom of speech.
You have 60, with these 60.
But I hope that we can
50.
reach that point. And
You had
in
a 50
terms
up
of
there.
Julian receiving
That's
a
probably why
pardon,
the password that you had didn't work.
I certainly hope
Here,
that
it'll let you redo it here.
that whether it's a Democrat or a Republican, they will come to their senses. Of course, the Obama administration decided not to even prosecute Julian because they said he's a publisher, not a hacker. And if we do, then we're going to set a precedent that can be used against everyone else. So we're not going to do that. And then Trump went ahead and initiated this unprecedented prosecution. And now Biden has continued it because it's convenient, isn't it? It's convenient to have the most high-profile publisher who has exposed U.S. war crimes, corruption and wrongdoing in a prison cell in the UK. And they can say, well, it's not even us, it's the UK who is keeping him in prison. And of course, the UK also plays this game and says, well, we're just keeping him for the United States. They want to extradite him. We're not charging him with anything. And so it's just a matter of this. It's comfortable for them right now to keep Julian rotting in prison where he's been for 4.5 years. But of course, the case is now progressing to its final stage, and Julian could be extradited within, by Christmas.
Wow. As well as I think providing us a lens for how political categorization has altered, particularly the categories of left and right, exposing how what we have is centralist authoritarianism and ultimately different degrees of neoliberalism. Another pivotal aspect of this case and the way that Julian has subsequently been handled, in my view, is the seismic change in the ability to communicate and control information. That in a way, what Julian did was the first time, most pronounced and evident time, that anybody demonstrated the ability to convey information differently and potentially and specifically, and I assume this is why the response has been so draconian and terrifying, show that enormous numbers of people could almost instantaneously deprive the establishment of credibility, withdraw their support for existing systems of government, and for prevailing and previously unchallengeable modes of geopolitics, i.e. the ongoing military-industrial complex, the necessity for wars, the requirement, therefore, for unjust wars, because the wars are not legitimate in the ways that are claimed. They are just economically necessary wars, both for resources, capital, unipolar objectives, because of the technological capacity, as well as Julian's moral willingness to expose that information. What I feel we've seen, and in fact what the response to me demonstrates, is that this is about power. This is about preventing what could potentially happen if enough people were willing to dissent and disobey and tell the truth and communicate and form new alliances. It could be an end to these types of system if people were well informed, if people understood that what lies behind clandestine documentation is not just information that would be harmful were it to fall into the hands of our enemies, but information that is harmful if it falls into the hands of the public.
Question is kind of a
and
trick
that's why I believe that we see this case endure, and that is why, whether it's in the purported left or right, it's been very slow to have vocal, clear advocates come out. I'm just speaking personally as well. I've been aware of Julian Assange. I've visited Julian when he was in the Ecuadorian embassy. I've been aware of this story for a long time. I'm just too scared to talk about it. Just like, oh no, man, you can't talk about that because
you're just giving consent for one. It's not required to start.
That is what happens. If you
our views on cannabis
are willing to talk openly about systemic corruption, if you're willing to openly talk about how the media now does not hold the government to account, they simply convey the messaging of the state, you are going to get in some serious trouble. And obviously what Julian Assange did was unprecedented as a result of available technology and his own personal moral position, as I've stated. And since then, there's not been anything that significant, and I think the reason is because the media works for the state, the corporate state, both in terms of where they get their advertising dollars and where they ultimately where their interests converge. So in a way, there can be no more significant victory than the release of Julian.
Well, that's right. I think I think that's why the movement to free Julian is global, and because it's tapped into a greater understanding of what his imprisonment actually means. It's a show of force.
Yeah, you try to log back
where,
in again. Okay, just give me a second. What I'm going to do now is have you log back in one more time to fill out
the truth teller in prison, have enormous resources to try to complexify and obscure that that's what's actually going on. But that's what it is. It is putting him in the most kind of brutal and basic way of shutting him in a cell for years on end, silencing him, and threatening to keep him
now,
in
this time you do employee login again, it's going to look different when you log in.
And I think the average person, when they see Julian's situation, they realize that they have a sense of natural justice. And they understand that really it is Julian's political speech that that is the reason why he is in prison. He is being silenced and censored because he made the world know about crimes and assassinations and torture that was not just committed, but also impugned ongoingly to this day. Nothing has been done to put anyone in prison for the literal war crimes, assassinations of children, of toddlers that are recorded in these publications. And nothing has happened. There's always been a cover-up, and as part of this cover-up, they put Julian in prison so that he can no longer speak, and so that he can't say, well, he cannot continue to expose crimes and expose corruption. So it's a show of force. It's a show of brutality.
You have a written copy of all these,
to send a message to everyone else that the powerful are untouchable, and if you try to do the right thing, you will be hounded, and that just cannot stand. That's why Julian's freedom is connected to everyone else's freedom, because his imprisonment started a trend. His persecution started a trend, which is where we are, 13 years down the line. And I was just reading an interview that he gave a French magazine called Philosophy in 2013. And the question was, what do you think will be your situation in 10 years' time? And he says, well, it really doesn't depend on me. It depends on which way the world goes. If the world continues to, or if the world realizes to uphold, if the trend is that that transparency and holding governments and exposing corruption is a good thing, then I will be free, and WikiLeaks' legacy will be upheld as an example. But if the world goes in the opposite direction, in a direction in which control and surveillance and authoritarianism increases, then I will probably be in prison somewhere. Those are his words from 2013.
And plainly, that is the way that it's gone, obviously and demonstrably. And to my earlier point, that is why the political parties that previously were organized, at least rhetorically, around the language of civil liberties and the rights of the individual and the significance of free speech have shifted so enormously to authoritarianism, censorship, surveillance, alliance with global corporatism, geopolitical unipolar goals, the depleting of the capacity of other superpowers like Russia and China, legitimizing as humanitarian, resource-based and politically motivated wars, finding ever more sophist ways of legitimizing wars that are plainly about an agenda that's been present forever. One of Julian's quotes that I refer to a lot is the function of government is to funnel public money into private hands. Once you realize that the Afghanistan war is not about winning it but prolonging it, you will understand it differently. And I think that's something you can apply almost beyond war and to almost every aspect of the relationship between the government, the public and the sort of deep state and corporations. It's sort of an interesting, I would call it, equation for understanding power and the way that power operates. Stella, I understand you're making a documentary. Can you tell me about this documentary? I understand that you're publicly funding it and stuff, or at least it's being publicly funded. Can you tell me a little more about that?
Well, there are a few documentaries. The one that I was actively involved in, that was produced by Julian's brother, Gabriel Shipton, is called Ithaca, and it was just touring in Brazil, and it's toured in the US, and it's, I think, still on ITV in the UK. And there's a new documentary called The Trust Fall, and it is
in the break rooms. You have access to
being crowdfunded. I've seen parts of it, and I think it's a very good explanation of Julian's case. It has very good interviews. It has a very heartbreaking animation of Julian in court and the kind of difficulties that were the kind of difficulties that he faced when he was in court. Of course, now he's not even allowed to go to court because he follows hearings from Belmarsh prison. Maybe that will be different in the next hearing. But yes, it's called The Trust Fall, and do watch the trailer for that, and you get a good sense of what it's about. And then Julian is, of course, nearing what could be the final hearing here in the UK. It's really the end game for Julian because the High Court just incredibly decided that it would not allow Julian permission to appeal. I mean, think about it. When you have all the major human rights organizations, press freedom organizations in the world saying that this case is of the highest importance, it's the greatest threat to press freedom, it's absolutely outrageous. News about Mike Pompeo ordering the CIA to draw up plans to kidnap and assassinate Julian. And then the High Court said, well, we are not going to grant him permission to appeal, to even present his arguments before the High Court. So that's where we're at. He has one final recourse, which is he has gone to a panel of two judges to review the decision, and there will be a public hearing.
The only thing that's
so the
done
good news is that there will be a public hearing, and we are calling on everyone who can come on that day in front of the High Court, in front of the Royal Courts of Justice in central London. We're calling it Day X because we don't have a date for it yet. We're waiting for the court to actually announce it. But we expect it to be within a matter of weeks, really. And this is, if you have never actually come to a protest or support Julian but haven't expressed it, this is the moment to really express it by showing support for him on that day and to come in front of the royal courts. And I'll address the people who come as well, and there will be press. So it's important to show Julian's support.
Thank you, Stella. We will ensure that we publicize that event in any way that we can. Thank you very much for joining us. It's always an incredible pleasure to speak with you and to see your ongoing courage and optimism. Thank you.
Thanks, Russell.
You can keep up to date with Stella's campaign to free
apartment
Julian
number?
Assange by following her on X at Stella_Assange. We'll post all that in the chat, of course. We've got some other fantastic guests coming up this week. Tim Pool's joining us. Kim Iverson's joining us. Scott Adams is joining us. If you want access to additional content and if you want to support our channel and our voice as this movement gains momentum, as it becomes necessarily global, as we take a stand against authoritarianism, as we campaign to free, let's not let him become a martyr, but heroes like Julian Assange, then press the red button and become an awakened wonder and join us. We'll meditate together. We'll read together. We will be tight. And we will fight together, like Not In My Name and Fight Tyranny. These are new members. Madison Taylor 1 joined us. Sarah Bear 2007. Bazia Kenton, Katie Cash. Thank you all very much for joining us. I'll see you again tomorrow, not for more of the same, but for more of the different. Until then, if you
just send money, man. I don't see your comment, Blue Ivy. Yeah, I don't see a comment at all. Unless I missed it.
One second, guys.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it. Oh, you can bring me some weeds? Just send money, man.
Sorry.
It was probably 10th man. What's he trying to what kind of information does 10th man need to get, man? Is he trying to figure out how to jack someone off better, man? Is his dick sucking skills not up to par, man? He needs to get some dick sucking advice, man. Is he not sucking his partner's dick good enough, or what's up, man? Once I asked Bao where to send gifts, and he said, "Fuck that, just give me money." Yeah, just don't send me anything, man. Just send money, man. Just my link is in the description, man. Just send money, man.
Go. But we'll be here for the next couple of days, guys. Bringing you guys all-day coverage. At nighttime, it gets too dangerous out here.
I said I would bring you some weed. Yeah, I saw it. I saw it.
Coming out here and doing their stuff.
You missed his rage quit last night with Glorious?
We'll bring you guys.
And the book you wrote, it can't even crack the top 2,000. And on top of it, the book stinks. It really makes me think that I should probably write a book. Because if Taylor Lorenz can do it, so can I. By the way, if you're enjoying the video, please do hit the follow button down below or the subscribe button down below. I would greatly, greatly appreciate it. It's very hard to find people out there in the search algorithms, and if you subscribe, at least it gives me a shot. Taylor Lorenz shares her subject's knack for capturing attention, but her book never even asked, is that good?
What year?
As chronicled in The Reporter, Taylor Lorenz's new book, Extremely Online,
the dates right there.
before arrived in New York Park, they were swarmed by hundreds of fans, mostly kids and teenagers. They decamped to a nearby boulder where they snapped selfies and filmed vines and crowd surfed. That's when we realized that Mancuso, oh, these people are real. Lorenz positions Extremely Online not as a history of the internet, but as a social history.
Now.
But again, time for this, and I heard boom.
Yeah. How's it going? Bros, how's it going, everybody? It is a spicy Tuesday. Milwaukee Brewers play their first playoff game, 6:15 tonight or 6:05 or something like that.
Got to pick one of these.
I've got darts, so probably drunk texts, something like that. Should be an evening of fun.
If you don't want to claim any, you just leave it blank.
How was everybody's Monday? I always like to check in. Yo, Cam. For the editor, still nailing it. Shout out. I'll pass it on.
Worksheet. What are we missing?
Oh, yeah, it's Taco Tuesday.
Huh.
Is Kyle throwing out the first pitch? No, I don't think so. I think it's probably,
What the hell is
I don't know, some douchebag.
Oh, you didn't sign it.
The news cycle today, pretty interesting. Couple of interesting topics. It's been kind of slow lately. You know, I admit that as much as I hate Hollywood, I'm realizing over the past 3 months that my channel became extremely dependent upon it.
You want to claim you or
so
zero?
in 2020, for the rest of 2023/2024, I'm going to be making a more active plan to diversify my content.
Birthday there.
Because
7, 27,
boy, there's not a lot of like woke nonsense to talk about.
Bam.
And when you're used to putting out 4 or 5 videos a day, it's like
that is it.
It gets boring.
All right. Okay, Chris, I can have you over there. Richard, you can come over here.
Yeah, get zapped. Get Mike Penced. The Bud Light Bonanza was fun, but it's over now. I gotta decide if I want to be a little more professional,
is the user ID.
And cover some hard politics.
Okay.
You know, I think it was a combination really of like no good video
Good
game
boots
kind
already?
of disasters and nothing coming out of Hollywood. So it took like 1 to 2 of my topics every day out.
Try to get those big. Okay.
Arnold
Just let me
Schwarzenegger
know.
joked that Jimmy
Just text,
Kimmel
the office number
on
here.
Jimmy
That's the
Kimmel that
highlighted
Donald should do
number on the
laps
back
in
of your
jail.
handbook there. Okay. Just say, hey, it's Richard. Got my boots.
Well,
When
I like
when
Arnold
can I get
Schwarzenegger's
started?
movies. I'll just say that.
What did you want to do for direct deposit?
Yeah, I feel like I have to start eating a little bit
have your
of
stuff?
Tim's lunch
Okay.
since he's been
If you don't have
diving
it
a
with
little
you,
bit more and more
I can
into
send
pop
you an email.
culture.
You can just fill it out that way.
I think I need
Your
to
whole first
Counter
name.
Strike. Put a little bit more do a little more hard politics. It's possible.
Yeah, that last name.
I don't find, I mean, I do cover hard politics when they come to like when it comes to like censorship.
Yep, and then
internet
the
stuff.
password is it's written on the paper here on the wall.
But I'm not very knowledgeable on like global geopolitics, so I try to stay out of that. I heard a story out from Out My Way. Yeah, Trump's not going to jail. The whole thing is, I mean, it's hilarious. Schwarzenegger's dad was in the SS, as far as I remember. Interview Matt Gaetz. I mean, I would definitely need to be more boned up on hard politics before doing that.
Are they the same? Yeah, okay, yeah, they're the same. Okay, that was just.
That
printed.
is Leisure Suit Larry.
Let
Not
me
just
make sure I
Leisure
can
Suit Larry.
read
It's
the
Leisure Suit
numbers
Larry
in-
1, 2,
Good on
and
the
3.
one you handed me. Oh yeah, those are pretty clearly. Should be good.
So I want to talk a little bit about maybe what you've seen is there's this woman
that's checking
who essentially ended a professional baseball player's career and with a premeditated and false rape accusation.
You're having a fast turnover right here.
Are you going to join the anti-Times
Well, I mean,
Square
it's-
idea that Tim has?
It's not a ton of people. It's just
Well, Tim has
usually
his
about
own
half
coffee,
the people.
So
I mean, I
it's
do
something
hire a lot
like-
of younger guys.
it's something that
to be
I would
honest.
like to be
Younger guys don't wanna work.
involved in, but I only have coffee.
But I'm giving everybody. I give everybody in that the younger generation these days. Is,
So
if you
just
give,
to
I'll
refresh
give
everybody's
anybody a
mind,
chance, even if
Trevor
you've
Bauer,
had issues in the past. Or
I know you
something like
probably
that,
don't.
but
If you're not, You're probably not a sports
when
ball
it works
nerd,
out, it's rare.
but
Young guys, the
be
guys our
interesting.
generation understand that.
Why would you shill
you
for
have to work to
Tucker
live.
on my stream? Tucker doesn't need shilling.
But
I'm semi-retired.
well, no, that's fine. It's
I'm doing this for extra money.
sure.
This is a Cy Young award-winning pitcher. This
Now,
is
you
not
do
just
know that
some
you'll
like
have to take that out
weirdo, you know.
whenever you work.
Not just some like
they won't let you work with that in just
you know,
because
bench filler, roster
could fall
filler.
out
This guy's
and
a
end up
Cy
in
Young
product.
award winner. Probably was making, I don't know, 5-10 million a year, maybe more. Then she makes this claim that she was brutally attacked by him.
It's one of the rules.
Brutally attacked by him.
Let me
sexually assaulted. So the
So-
Dodgers, he was a pitcher for the Dodgers at the time.
Yeah.
They parted ways with him in January, saying
Yeah.
that the former Cy Young pitcher
We're
wouldn't be
hanging out.
part of
What's
the
up?
organization moving forward, and that aligned with
Okay.
what the
Give me
LA
a second.
Times
Just
reported
give me
in
a second.
2021 that Bauer was viewed as a pariah in the clubhouse, and someone his Dodgers teammates at the time no longer wanted to play aside.
All right, second. Okay, so I'm just going to put you down right now. Do you know where the location of the
Bauer
main
remained
facility
unsigned, and he decided to pitch overseas in
Telegraph,
Japan
it's
this
the
year.
top address on the
Well,
back of
it
your
looks
handbook.
like this is why,
It's
like,
right next to a
man,
place called Paul's
when
Collision
guys,
Center.
I
This
don't
is
know
just
if
the
this
next
happens to
plant
women
here.
or not,
So, yeah, most of the
but I
work-
can
it's a much
say
newer
for
building
sure
over there. This
that
building's
when it,
180 years old.
I mean, like rich men
But
just
yeah,
really
just,
can't be.
just give me a shout out once
You
you
gotta
have,
be more
once you have
careful.
the boots, and we'll set up a start date for you.
Next victim,
All right,
star
man,
pitcher
thank you.
for the Dodgers.
This is Trevor.
Text Lindell sent to a friend before she ever even met me. What should I steal? She asked another in reference.
So this is him responding after 2 years because of the court document and all that kind of stuff. So she admits ahead of time before she even met him that she's going to go after him for his money.
Next victim, star pitcher for the Dodgers. A text Lindsay Hill sent to a friend before she ever even met me. What should I steal? She asked another in reference to visiting my house for the first time. The answer? Take his money. So how might that work? I'm going to his house Wednesday, she said. I already have my hooks in. You know how I roll. Then, after the first time, we already
Well,
have
actually, see here. Tryouts don't scare me, Bauer. Bring it. I'm willing to enable whenever you're ready. Pick a day and I'm there. No problems driving to LA. Oh, so she sent a screenshot of texts that she was sending back and forth with the pitcher.
my hooks in. You know how I roll. Then, after the first time we met, net worth is 51 mil, she said. Bitch, you better secure the bag, was the response. But how is she going to do that? Need daddy to choke me out, she said. Being an absolute whore to try to get in on his 51 million, read another text. Then, after the second time we met, former Padres pitcher Jacob Nix told her, you got to get this bag. I'll give you 50,000, Lindsay replied.
By the way, that guy's a punk ass. Like if I were him, I'd feel like I'd be looking for him in the streets.
Her AA sponsor asked her at one point, do you feel a tiny bit guilty? Not really, she replied. Since then, her legal team has approached me multiple times about coming to a financial settlement. But as I've done since day one, I refuse to pay her even a single cent. In August of 2021, Lindsay Hill's claims were heard in court. And during those legal proceedings, critical information was deliberately and unlawfully concealed from me and my legal team. Information like this video, which was taken by Lindsay Hill herself the morning after she claimed she was brutally attacked, emotionally traumatized, and desperate to get away from me. And now we have the metadata, so there can be no dispute. It was taken mere minutes before she left my house on the morning of May 16th, 2021, without my knowledge or consent, of course. In it, you can see her lying in bed next to me while I'm sleeping, smirking at the camera without a care in the world, or any marks on her face. I think it paints a pretty clear picture of what actually happened the evening of May 15th and why the video was originally concealed from us.
Oopsie.
Yeah, I don't remember where I got a racket card
After
from.
hearing the evidence available to her, Judge Diana Gold-Saltman found that Lindsay Hill had misled the court. She found her claims to be materially misleading.
Now, all of this, by the way,
They won't let me
all of
activate it,
this
I don't know the old-
didn't happen until
That
a
goes to the
Cy
original
Young.
card.
This is red pill trash. What are you talking about? Oh, you're saying this one woman doing this proves why all women are trash? Is that what you're trying to say? I've always said there are good red pill community creators, but the most popular ones are just closeted gays who hate women. So she got off, of course, with no punishment whatsoever, because that's the way it works, and so essentially what happens is she faked bruises on her eyes, and all this kind of stuff that were never real. I wouldn't say he lost everything. He still has $51 million, but he did lose a year in Major League Baseball. And who knows if another team will ever pick him up. What's a coffee discount code? Promo code, I think the quartering one word is still active, I think. Now, I would 110% support. Like, I would 110% support prison for her. Look at these, like, fake bruises.
All right, let me just punch it in manually. For some reason, it takes
2 years
a very
in
long
Major League
time
Baseball.
for the email to hit me. But
Life is over and hoped he'd offer a major. Trevor Bauer accuser texted pal MLB stars. Life is over and hoped he'd offer a major cash settlement.
Oh.
I'm not exactly sure how you got those bruises. If they're real. He did sue her. And his life is over. Thank God. Finally. Samurai, thanks so much for becoming a monthly supporter.
Yeah, we just need the last job too, Chris. So just that last one. You won't have to do it. You won't have to do any more after that first one.
So she like
disconnected me from
these text messages that are coming out. It's pretty nefarious.
My internet's been wonky lately. Usually it's very good.
Yeah. What I got? It's Xfinity here?
I think that other than a
Comcast.
clear acne problem,
I don't know.
that very well could be
too.
makeup, and like it's pretty clear. Like I don't see any swelling. If you had bruises that gnarly, you'd probably have some swelling. No, nobody else released the text. They had to get them through discovery in court. So they needed to like spend hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to get at all these conversations.
She denied her request for a domestic violence restraining order, and she found that no sexual assault or non-consensual conduct took place. Now, some of you might not know about restraining order hearings. I know I didn't, but I've since learned
they use a
that
couple
it's
different
extremely
ones,
rare for a request for a restraining order to be denied because the standard of proof that you need to obtain one is extremely low. So you can make it that what you will. The fact is, I was never arrested. I was never charged with a crime, and I won the only legal proceeding that took place without my side of the story even being heard. And most importantly, as I've said from day one, I never sexually assaulted Lindsay Hill or anyone else for that matter.
On another day.
So I sued her, which prompted her to countersue me.
Anything over 40
Quite frankly,
hours, you get
regardless
time
of
and a
the
half.
outcome in court, I've paid significantly more in legal fees
It's
than
not
Lindsay Hill could
for
ever
that day though.
pay
I
me
mean, because
in her entire life.
if you work over
I
that
knew
day,
was
they
going
may
but the lawsuit
cut you
was
short
never
of the
about
next
money.
day. Just
It was the only way for me to obtain critical information. The discovery process.
Well,
in the
no,
lawsuit
it's
recently,
well. I mean, if you
at
work
which
10
point,
hours the rest of the week,
Lindsay Hill's legal
You know he
team
feels
came to us
good.
with another
But I'm just saying, a lot of
proposal
times,
for
if it's just like a
This time,
cleanup
however,
project
they
or
weren't
something like
seeking any money
that
from
that
me.
made you run over 15
Having
minutes
received,
like that, they
much
may
of the
just
information
cut you
that
short.
had
I
been
mean,
from us, a small
their
portion of
supervisors
it.
get yelled at if they
I was willing to
allow
agree to
too
the
much
terms
overtime.
proposed. Both parties
So
would drop their respective
they'll
positions,
probably
and neither of us would pay.
they're going to
either
get
side
you
any
close
money.
to 40 without going over.
I
as
also
fast.
retain my right to speak publicly about the case,
Yeah,
something
it's
I've not been at
another
liberty
day.
to do since June
Yeah.
of 2021.
So he blew her the frick out. Like
in 1 minute late or clocked out 1 minute late.
he just blew her out.
That $1 an hour
And
for the whole week.
you know, he
no.
got kicked out of the league, lost 2 years of starting
Man,
pay.
you need to stop listening to everybody else.
I think this
I
happened to
appreciate
another-
you
what
asking
happened-
me
remember
that,
the guy-
yeah. This is how bad things get
Wasn't there
spread
an NFL
around.
player this year called?
The rule is
people
you're
call him
allowed to be
Punt
late
God?
up to 4 minutes one day.
And he got
Okay.
like fake Me Too. and cut
If
from
you're
the
late
team
1
and
minute,
all this
2
kind of
days,
stuff, and it was all
you
fake.
lose that. Okay.
Didn't it
They
come
will
out
allow
that
you
that
to
was
be
all
late
fake?
1 day up to 4 minutes. But yeah, I mean, punch in early. Get there a little early, punch in early, and you'll get the extra $40.
20 minutes early. I punched in like 3 minutes early.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to pay you for the early time you punch in until
I'm pretty sure it was. I'm pretty sure it was fake.
Just to make sure you don't accidentally. And if you punch in late because there's a line at the clock,
I was
have them
I'm
initial
pretty
off.
sure
on.
that it
Just
was
have them
fake.
say, "Hey, man, I was here. I was here. Can you initial next to my thing because the clock says 3:33."
So anyway, he blew that out.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, same thing is if you make a mistake or something like that, have the supervisor initial off
Have
the
you ever
time card.
wondered
'Cause
which
the person who adds up
network,
those things,
whether it's Netflix
is not that supervisor.
or Disney
They're just
Plus,
looking at that time
which
card. So if
movie,
that time
which
card
network
says you were
do
3
you
minutes
wanna
late, to
subscribe
them you're
to
3 minutes late.
to make sure that you
I mean,
get
I've
the
had
most
to
woke
fight it before
indoctrinated content. Well, glad
They have a payroll person. And
their
in fact,
pseudo
this is what
responsibility
I got for last
index
week.
report now reveals
I don't know
the
what- I don't know
rankings
what her
and where
title
your
is,
favorite
but-
streaming service sits.
But yeah,
in terms of,
spreadsheet
in terms of
puts
propaganda.
everybody that
Now,
got
some
over,
people,
so it's-
mostly leftist weirdos, probably think
Yeah,
this
I
is a
want
reason
you to
to
make
subscribe
more
to
money
certain
because
paid
I
services.
make
And with
more
a
money than you
new
make.
price increase coming up for Netflix, I suspect people may be using this for a
We're all providing
different
a service.
reason.
My service
Perhaps
is providing
as the
people,
economy tightens up, perhaps
trained
maybe
people that hopefully are going to do okay.
a reason to cancel
Right,
them.
let me
Place
get
your
pulled up
guesses
here real
now
quick.
in the comments or chat, which you think is going to be the wokest. This via boundingintocomics.com.
What's your last four?
It's that time of year again, the time where LGBTQ watchdog organization GLAAD rates major Hollywood studios on just how LGBTQ content, how much, sorry, they are squeezing into their films and television content.
Were you doing a job down in Toledo or something?
Responsible for the increasing
Or they
push
just
of gay,
didn't enjoy their
transgender, and
saying
non-binary content produced for big and small screens across the world.
Okay.
GLAAD
They
CEO
don't
Sarah
ever close
Kate
out
Ellis
election
is the
time,
face and voice behind Hollywood's largest LGBTQ lobby.
In April, you mean?
For the last 10 years,
know what
GLAAD
I
has
mean.
conducted an annual Studio Responsibility Index, which tracks just
right,
how
I mean-
woke Hollywood is. And while every major studio is pushing LGBTQ content, some major studios
You're
in
all
the eyes of
set?
GLAAD are doing a much better job than others.
Okay. Let me.
I'm
I'm
gonna suspect
gonna load the forms
it's
for you now, Chris.
Netflix,
Give me a second.
but we'll find out. Of the 350 films released theatrically and on track streaming
It's a remote
services
system
by the
that
10
we use.
distributors
They
counted in
almost like a-
2022,
you dial into a
100 or
complete- a remote
28.5%
computer
were
for
quote
this personal software.
LGBTQ
It's all
inclusive.
switching within 2 weeks. They're saying.
So 28.5% of films included LGBTQ
it's usually
references or
held up by
whatever,
them, 'cause I
even
got
though
it.
they
I mean,
represent
I'm
less than
watching
5%
this
of the
streaming
population.
thing over here and everything. I've got plenty of internet.
GLAAD
speed.
reveals their support in the report,
Their
noting that the
server
highest percentage of the
sitting there
numbers
slowing it
recorded
down.
in this report.
Let me
The
see
report
if
shows
you
an
can-
8% increase in LGBTQ representation from last year's report. They further specified. Of the 100 LGBTQ inclusive films released in 2022, 55% included gay men, 45% included gay women, 21% included bis and characters, bi plus characters, and 12% included trans characters. 12% of films contained trans characters when they represent less than 1% of the population. The report also shows a genre of comedy and drama had over 40% of the films be LGBTQ inclusive. So the idea that like there isn't like an agenda here, I mean, that's long gone. And I think that, you know, I've always been on the softer side of this. I've always been like, look, I don't care.
You did have a rapid card with
if
us
there
before,
are
though, right?
any one of the alphabet letters represented in a movie. To pretend that gay people don't exist is
Where I live,
absurd. Of course they
because
exist.
drafted
Trans people
ones
exist.
last
Now,
four-
the numbers are drastically less
There's a
than
zip
what most
code
people
for
think
the
and what
car
Hollywood wants you to think, and
that
even
I
what
had.
like Republicans
Oh.
and Democrats want you to think.
I mean, you've updated it since.
These
the
communities
last
are
time, so,
used
I mean, it's,
to raise
I wouldn't
money.
know.
Okay.
They're used to
bunch of
pit
things.
each other against
You're
each
gonna
other.
find
There's
that-
no real amount of these
CashApp
individuals.
works a whole lot better than those rapid cards.
Lucky.
They're not horrible. It's just
Lucky papa.
much easier way of doing it like this. So
Yes, sir.
Letting me know. Thank
you
you.
have more control too. You can send funds easier. to other
So the
places
the
if you
reality
need
is
to.
like when you have
What is it, Cash App?
Yeah.
this overrepresentation,
Cash App,
that's when you get into the,
Venmo,
well, wait a
any
minute.
of those.
It was it
It's also- you
about
just have
a
to-
natural
just
representation of a
check
certain
it.
group
Yeah,
that
yeah.
exists
It
in the
says
real
up
world
to
and you
2
want to,
days.
or is
Or
it
you
that you
can
want
do
to
it to
force
a-
it on people,
to a
push it on
bank
people,
with your
advertise it?
debit card?
I think that's more
Yeah,
than you know most
Well,
people
no,
think.
well, I mean, you need
For
that
me,
routing
obviously, like,
account
oh, if
number,
you
the
have a
routing
gay person in a
account
movie,
number,
big
account
deal.
number,
But the
It
first
doesn't
time you
matter.
work, you get a
But if the
check,
movie's
you can go deposit it
theme
and open up
and
an
like
account number, bring it back.
advertising and messaging is
Well,
about
we
how
don't do
stunning and
paper
brave it
checks,
is
though.
and how more people should
Yeah,
do
it's
this, and
either a pay card
that's
or
different,
direct deposit
right? It
on
goes
there.
from an existence
Yeah, we.
to propaganda.
It's just too hard to track folks down. I mean, I'm over here.
You
You
look at
guys are over
A24,
there to
you
get
know,
the checks.
34%,
That's why
36%, 14
used to be
total
perfect
films,
attendance.
5
I'd give you a Kroger
LGBTQ
gift card.
inclusive. Amazon
Yeah, perfect
Studios.
attendance. But that was such a fucking pain in the ass to
Interesting.
try and catch you
I don't-
guys.
wow,
the next
Amazon,
week after
so
you
woke.
you
12
got
out of
your gift card, I'd
35.
try and be there on Wednesday. Well, if you missed it,
Apple TV,
you wouldn't get
2
your
out
gift
of
card
11.
because I'm not
Lionsgate,
there every day. I can't be
1
there
out of
every day.
6.
How do you get cash out the
NBC Universal, 9 out of
ATM.
37.
Say ATM,
Netflix,
yeah. All right.
now their percentage took a hit probably.
So you can take the rapid
24
card, get
LGBTQ
that
inclusive
from
films
it,
out
open
of
up an account, and
107.
bring in
Paramount, 29%.
the direct deposit.
And the Walt Disney
using
Company leading the charge with
Cash App is
41% of their
Yeah.
film. Nearly 50% of Disney's films included, quote, LGBTQ inclusivity,
Right.
beat only by Warner Brothers.
Yeah, Cash App's a checking.
What's interesting is this rating insufficient, 8 out of
Oh.
19.
It
Why would
shows-
that be
shit,
extremely
we
high?
already had it on.
Nearly
I'm trying to add it,
50%
you're
of
already
Walt
in there.
Disney movies included LGBTQ LGBTQ inclusivity.
I just have to activate
Now,
it.
what is that described as? It's difficult to say.
Did you do it on the do it on the computer once?
Walt Disney Company scored a 41%, the second highest rating for featuring 24 quote,
Activated.
LGBTQ inclusive films out of 59.
You good, brother?
With a
Yeah, if
total
you have
of
any issues, just
107
give me a
films in
shout. Hey, and
2022,
if
Netflix
you
received
hear
a
weird
fair
shit,
rating,
let me
with just
know. Just send me a
22%.
text and say, hey, man, is this true?
Netflix and Disney
I'll give you a
featured
straight
the
answer.
most LGBTQ
Even if it's not a
films
good
out of any
answer, it's
studio.
gonna be the right answer.
Regarding
Or
GLAAD's own
the accurate
definition
answer.
of favorable
Okay?
ratings,
No, I don't.
Disney, NBC Universal, A24 received the best rating of good in the report for having at least 1/3 of all film content supporting LGBTQ representation. They need at least 33%.
All right.
Warner Brothers Discovery received the best percentage out of any other studio with 42%. The only studio to receive a poor rating was Lionsgate, featuring only one LGBTQ inclusive film out of 6 cinematic projects in 2022. GLAAD specifically brings attention to Clerks 3 for teasing LGBTQ representation but not committing to it, noting that the film has a scene where the protagonist's deceased wife mentioned the men and women that she had hooked up with in heaven. It reads more like a throwaway joke than solid representation, they complain, adding GLAAD urges Lionsgate to make more efforts for solid and meaningful LGBTQ representation in future projects.
There's stuff on my front.
Along with scoring film studios, GLAAD is also using the Vito Russo
But she
test
works
to
full
rate
time.
individual movies on just how, quote, LGBTQ inclusive they are, which stipulates a film can only be approved if it meets all 4 of the following
I live out in the
criteria.
boonies, so
1,
they can leave shit on my phone.
the film contains a character that is identifiably lesbian, gay, bi, trans, and or queer. So you have a character that's gay, okay?
I live in
2,
Ohio, but
that
it's
character
not
must not be solely
way
or
west.
predominantly defined by their
hour from
orientation
here.
or gender identity.
really?
Well, yeah, but why does it
miles
even
a day
matter?
round
Like, if
trip.
I'm watching like an action
Minimum.
film, I don't really
I
care
got
who
a car,
people.
two-year-old
It doesn't even
car
matter.
with 85,000 miles.
The LGBT character must also be tied to the plot in such a way that the character's removal would have a significant effect. So you have to have LGBTQ characters, and they have to be important in every role. Meaning the character is not there simply to provide colorful commentary. And also, LGBTQ's character story must not be outwardly offensive. In films with multiple LGBT characters, at least one character must pass this point for the film to pass the test. You want to know why modern cinematography and modern streaming is the way it is? This is why. This is why. According to GLAAD, 100 out of 350 Hollywood films released in 2022 were inclusive films. Of those 100, only 77 passed the Vito Russo test, or a 77% of all LGBTQ inclusive movies saw the percentage of Hollywood films with LGBTQ inclusion increased by 10% from 12% in 2021 to 22% in 2022.
Okay.
Furthermore, the percentage of films passing the Vito Russo test increased from 56 to 77. I mean,
All
this
right,
is
once
why
again,
modern
let's
cinema
put
is the
down
way
where
it
it says
is.
employee login.
This is exactly why you see what you do in commercials. Exactly why you see what you see in streaming, in various platforms. Not surprised in the least bit. It is an agenda. It absolutely. And this kind of behavior is also a precursor, or there are certain requirements around this type of representation in any type of award ceremonies. In order to get an award, you must also qualify for all these type of things. Disney. The kids company is with 41%, definitely leading the way. Not surprised at all. Not surprised at all. Not surprised at all. Now, did you see this?
Point of me
Did you see
bringing
this
it up.
story?
What's that? So that was the point of me bringing up
Bungie,
the
which
reverse
is the
questions.
maker
Right,
of,
reverse,
most people know
yeah.
them for Destiny and Destiny 2.
If a wand touches,
They put out a tweet.
The ground.
Being, now shout out to
Even if
my
it's
Latinos
right. Yeah,
in
even
the
if it's
chat.
suspected, so.
What do you do?
Being
You watch
Latin /A/E/O//
They have
X is more than just a
sanitation
location
people.
on a map.
They take their- usually
Just as
take
being
care of that for
Hispanic
you.
is more than
Okay.
just the language we speak.
You did a great job.
I didn't know this.
All right.
I didn't know this, but maybe you didn't know this.
What do you want to do for direct deposit?
But
I like to
Hispanic
use
is a
the
language
bank.
now?
Okay.
Get a
You have-
debit
We are
card.
proud to introduce
have
our
one?
new idea,
have one.
Latin.
Okay. You wanna start
Bungie.
with
Now,
pay card
here's
then?
what's really
I guess so.
skeezy. So you
Okay.
see
I mean,
ideas
whatever
all
you want to do. If you want
capitalized.
to
do
I can take a pay card
and go to ATM. What idea really is,
Okay, I'll
is
do that.
diversity, equity, and inclusion. They just rearranged the letters
and then,
so that people
no,
wouldn't
you
know.
won't be able to activate this until your
Instead,
first
it's
payday.
called
It won't let you until the
inclusivity,
month.
diversity, equity,
I still
and
got
I don't know what the A stands for. I think it says in this link.
We schedule. We don't have. You don't have to have your
Where is
start
it?
date when you leave here today. So
The
we're gonna have it
Inclusion,
already. That
Diversity,
way, as soon
Equity
as you
Association.
have that, hey, let's go.
So they
I'm
just
ready.
renamed
What do you
it
want?
so that people wouldn't be
Second.
like, wait a minute, I know what this is.
Will it be here or up the
Now
road?
wait a minute.
Yeah, they don't do second shifts here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to walk home tonight till I get.
Now the tweet received a whopping 4,400 likes. Impressive.
Yeah, I'll try to pay somebody to give me a ride.
Except it just got community noted in Spanish
Close around here, I mean, more or less.
and has
But it's 4 mile walk,
12,000
I think,
replies.
From there all the way to where I'm at on the end of Third.
And if you click in, there are hidden
Could be.
replies.
I'll figure it
Oh, here
out.
in English, the term Latino and Hispanic should not be used
I'll let you
interchangeably
know
since
for
their
second
meanings
shift. You give me
describe
a shout
qualities
when
of
you're-
two
when
different
you're ready
populations
to
that
start
only
date.
sometimes
Okay,
overlap.
sounds good. If you get any questions or anything
Next
like
is a
that, just shoot
term
me a
that
text,
most of
okay?
the
Okay,
Latino
thanks, Norm.
population
Yep. Nice
don't
meeting you.
identify. And let's just go to the hidden. So they had 4,400 likes on this. Let's just go to the hidden replies because I like to mine gold from there. Daryl Gollum says, yeah, it's Latino or Latina.
Need anything for your
12,000 likes. It's
your
Latino
anything
or
like that,
Latina.
just have
Anything
them
else
give
is
me
a slur.
shoot me an
9,000
email.
likes.
They know how to
Hispanics when you call them a slur, laugh. Hispanics when you call them Latinx. Not laughing.
Okay. She'll come around. Have a good evening. You too.
I mean, like, which white parentheses non-Hispanic employee wrote this? 8,000
Yes, back
likes.
corner over there. Yep.
I don't necessarily get this joke. It's like maybe Bungie must have sold a sandal to hit with, maybe. I don't know. Some sort of racist weapon they made, maybe. Bro just called me a spick already. 4,000 likes. I mean, like, Latinos outside of like the Muslim community and Latinos don't fuck with this stuff. Pardon my French. They don't play with this. They just don't play with this. The one that contributed, here's a picture of the person that wrote that, I'm assuming. Bungie has hidden your reply. I'll share it. Hi, I'm non-binary. I'm a non-binary Latino. And if you corporate scumbags ever call me a Latinx, just know that I have a metal bat and I would love to meet you. I mean, like, I don't like, I've never seen anybody actually embrace this terminology. Like, it's so weird. And like, they just got, I mean, if you look at the quote tweets, I mean, it is just a bloodbath. Like G Prime, remember the first thing I saw installing Apex Legends was this BLM emblem with a commie fist. Immediately closed the game and uninstalled it. Video game developers, shut the frick up, stop hiring communists, and go back to making fun escapism again. Mudahar, my best friend from Argentina would slit my throat if I called him Latinx. Also, I'm sure Hispanic isn't a language. I mean, like, I don't even really understand what they thought was going to happen. Even the Actman, who I argued with publicly about the pronoun stuff. Don't think I've ever heard a single Hispanic person asked to be called Latinx. It's actually impressive how hated the term is. 12,000 likes. Bungie before versus Bungie now. This is actually
which Discord
based. Based and true. I mean, everybody, Quarter Black Garrett's like, don't Photoshop a burrito in the hand. Don't Photoshop a burrito in the hand. Everybody's just, you know, teacher says that every time Latinx is said, a Hispanic gets right-wing radicalized. Yeah, right. I mean, like,
you don't
like
need to
at
put your like
32,000 likes.
Technically, you're not new. You are in the system.
Shout out to
already,
Cody,
so,
good one.
and then how
Oh, they
many
have
you wanna claim
150,000
goes there for the
followers, so.
state? Put a 1 there.
The picture is accurate.
And you just sign
Ryan
in
Canal,
box
this is
9.
retarded. This has got to be a joke, right? Please stop calling us Latinx. It's downright offensive and not at all inclusive in the way that you think. If you really need a neutral
Okay, the
term,
ones that
just
say
say
pending
Latin
review,
or
it just
something.
means I
Our
have to
language
do
is
my
gendered,
portion
and we
of
don't
this
really
one, so
appreciate
you're good.
English speakers forcing a term down our throats.
You are
Hey,
doing on
Latinos,
the
listen to me.
computer.
All right?
Right.
Listen, I don't want
shift
this
did you
forced
wanna work?
upon you.
First shift? Okay.
I
already have
don't.
boots?
I don't want to call you
When do you wanna
Latino.
get started?
I don't want to call you anything other than really probably just your name. This isn't white people forcing it on you. It's
4 days
leftist
a week
lunatics.
usually. I mean, they may ask you to do overtime, but right now.
Oh,
it's
the stereotype
voluntary
Hispanic and
whenever
Latino
they
mother
are
using
looking
her
for people
sandal as
to
a
do it,
disciplinary
so.
tool on the child. Oh, that's okay.
Okay.
So they did a racism. Every Latino I know is going to
So
beat the
10,
S out of
4
you.
start
I mean,
date.
just
Now, what did you wanna do for
18,000
your
likes.
direct deposit?
Oh, they know the alphabet. I mean, like everybody disliked that.
Info with you?
Everybody. This is great. If you check the comments, 95% of them are hidden by Bungie, and it's all Latinos telling them to F off. But of course, rich, liberal, white people being offended on their behalf is more important than the minority you're supposed to be championing. They have this like cartoon, you poor, ignorant, stupid fool who has internalized white supremacy and racism. Don't worry, I'll fight the good fight for you since you're obviously too brainwashed to know better. I'll be offended on your behalf. And it depicts a black female with having her mouth covered by an overweight, obese white woman with pink hair. I mean, it's it was an absolute bloodbath, and I'm happy to see it. You know, again, like Hispanics don't like Latinos, Latinx, sorry, as a terminology. You might as well call somebody, you know, what is it? Calling somebody who's Mexican, Dominican. See how that goes. Yeah, according to Wikipedia, only 3% of Latinos use that term. Yeah, and they're probably like college her college, you know, college age adopted brown kids of white people.
I gotta look at it.
That's what I'd have to guess. That's just my guess. Hey, I didn't know if you knew this. Hey, good news, everybody. Good news. Good news. Good news. Good news, everybody. You might not have known this because, well, the book is doing terribly, but Taylor Lorenz
emailed the form to
wrote
your
a
email.
book,
Go
and
ahead
it
and
is
open your email, and I'll just forward it to
bad.
me.
It is very bad. It is so bad that even her woke counterparts in the industry are not giving it favorable reviews. The book isn't exactly flying off the shelves either. It's currently ranked somewhere around 2,000. Imagine having all that clout. Imagine working for the New York Times, the Washington Post, having all of these Twitter followers, all these people in the media, and the book you wrote, it can't even crack the top 2,000. And on top of it, the book stinks. It really makes me think that I should probably write a book. Because if Taylor Lorenz can do it, so can I. By the way, if you're enjoying the video, please do hit the follow button down below or the subscribe button down below. I would greatly, greatly appreciate it. It's very hard to find people out there in the search algorithms, and if you subscribe, at least it gives me a shot. Taylor Lorenz shares her subject's knack for capturing attention, but her book never even asked, is that good? As chronicled in The Reporter, Taylor Lorenz's new book, Extremely Online, before arrived in New York Park, they were swarmed by hundreds of fans, mostly kids and teenagers. They decamped to a nearby boulder where they snapped selfies and filmed vines and crowd surfed. That's when we realized that Mancuso, oh, these people are real.
They start at what, 5:30?
Lorenz positions Extremely Online not as a history of the internet, but as a social history of social media, an account of the ways that it again and again users have broken free of the constraints of the online platforms that hosted them. Okay, sounds great. Sounds great. Let's see how the LA Times reviewed it. Taylor Lorenz knows social media, so why is her book a dull celebration of marketing tools?
We're all set.
The LA Times wrote that. I mean, like, first of all, terrible cover. Terrible cover. It looks like any old book that you'd see at an airport, like an airport
If you have any
store.
questions, just shoot me a text. All right.
Thanks.
Yeah, you know where the
I hope
location
that it
is,
doesn't
right?
sound condescending. It's not meant to be. My point is that if Lorenz truly believes that social media platforms have been a democratizing force, she is more than capable of producing something more substantial than a fever dream of proper nouns, Pokimane, Mr. Cashier, Jenna Marbles, and the Cheerin Group. Grape Story. Who are these people? I still have no clue. Almost every character in this book, with a few examples, is described as the sum of marketing deals and social media followers. Extremely Online is crammed with people but devoid of life, especially as the social media revolution accelerates and influencers spring up like mushrooms after the spring rain. Well, I'd like to also point out how the book is doing. Michael Malice put this out. Taylor Lorenz's new book isn't exactly firing up the charts yet. Now, I know it's a feat that should be respected when somebody so old writes a book that gets published. I think that, you know, when you're in your 90s and you're still like a productive member of society by writing books, I think that's to be commended. Now, I would suggest that I would think that perhaps I could crack the top 1,500 in books. I wonder. Without and again, this is even more embarrassing because this woman has the full armament of the Washington Post, the New York Times, and all these other journalists.
All right, guys.
Taylor Lorenz literally posted how internet influencer became the hottest job in America. If you want to
find some good
understand
content here.
what is happening on the internet, you start by reading Taylor Lorenz.
Dirty's already billed. I mean, he's
Nah.
over in Bell's chat. I can see him looking around in there.
Again, the
Who's
book
Matt?
is currently ranked 1,800.
That's killing me, man.
Check that. 1,869. Giggity. That's the bestseller rank. 1,869. The book currently has 0 reviews on Amazon. 0. Unless that's changed. Nope. 0. Not a single review. A capable piece of historical research that breaks little new ground. Ooh. Vulture, in her new book, Extremely Online, Taylor Lorenz highlights the ways that women and marginalized content creators shape the web. What? Look at all the buzz for this. Vulture has 510,000 followers. 510,000 followers. It received 4 likes. That's pretty good, right? 510,000 followers getting 4 likes. Look at all the interest. LA Times, quote, most every character in the book, with few exceptions, described as the sum of marketing deals and social media followers. Alexander Nazarin writes of Taylor Lorenz's new book, Extremely Online, is crammed with people but devoid of life. This, I love that this has stuck. I won't tell you follow me. You don't even. I'm so glad that this stuck. This is no way to treat your elders. It's gotta hurt to get blasted in your hometown rag. This is the scumbag who doxed libs of TikTok, then cried about getting doxed herself. The book sounds awful. And then to really bring home the humiliation, the real humiliation. This is a tweet by Chaya Rychik, who runs libs of TikTok. Good morning. Today is October 3rd, 2023, and Taylor Lorenz is still wearing a mask. Not a single person in this crowd is even wearing a mask. Her, whatever this is also wearing a giant face ID. Imagine. You're Taylor Lorenz. You were at the New York Times, the Washington Post. You write a book. You must think, man, this book is going to sell. It's like automatic. Like Taylor Lorenz is probably thinking, hey, I'm probably gonna be a #1 bestseller. Like,
calling people.
Because that's the truth. And you know what's interesting to me is that it is not. I mean, look, I get it. Not a lot of people buy books. Is that her book title? Excrement Online? Is it an autobiography? I don't even, you know, by the way, this tweet got 10,000 likes. Elon Musk himself dunked on her. She's immunocompromised. You can't even imagine. Just smiling politely back away, folks. We're witnessing mental illness take root. I mean, this is all somebody that's probably been like on her 7th booster too. Just so everyone's clear. This is somebody on their 7th booster. I don't even understand how you get this. Like, unattractive individuals wear masks more often than others. Her dates thank her. She needs prayers. I can't believe Taylor Lorenz is anti-jab. Yeah, I mean, why? I thought she was a supporter of science. Why is she still wearing the mask? And the idea that this book, like, I'm not even going to buy it to meme on it, but she wants people to pay $26. I guess that's probably, I suppose that's probably, you know, it's a hardcover. $15 on Kindle or $5 on audiobook. For $5 on audiobook, Taylor Lorenz better be the person who's reading it. If Taylor Lorenz is actually narrating her own book, I'm great. I'm good with it. And like, I think this is funny. Look at bestsellers rank. Oh, it got worse. Number 2095. But it's a number 1 in social media guides. How many of those are getting put out? Number 2 in social aspects of technology. How many of those are even, how many books are even put out in those categories? So it's falling even. It's now number 2. It's actually getting worse. But it is Taylor Lorenz, and we must take it easy on her given her extreme age. But the reviews are not good from her peers, which you would assume probably would be giving her sparkling reviews. But that's just my opinion. Happy birthday, Taylor Lorenz. Good luck with your book, Extremely Online. When you get out your final sales numbers, let me know. I'll see if I can whip together a book and show you how it's done. I mean, what is going on here? Hold on a second.
Can't take your call now.
Damn it.
At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording...
No, I thought he was calling somebody else. Never mind. Back to talking in.
Wait, what? All right. Yeah, my mailman was texting me, and he was asking about me coming into work, and I was like, "What are you talking about?" And then he just said that because when you're me and you have weirdos, like I have the mail company opens up all my mail for me, make sure that nothing weird shenanigans or anything like that, because you have to do that because it's the the clown world is real. I'm going to got to run to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll be right back.
We don't have to wait for that. We don't have to wait for that.
Be right back. Quick breaks. Like I think like Russell Brand does like his ad reads or something when he's on break. I am back on the sugar-free Red Bull. It's true. I think it might just be artificial sweeteners. Like this is Mio water that I'm drinking. I'm wondering if it's that. Drawn and quartered from midlife Wisconsin to social commentator. Waka waka. There's no taurine in the Mio water. Well, we've got the Swifties, apparently their name is, very mad at Barstool Sports. In particular, 2 of their creators, one of them known as Big Cat, and they're very angry about some comments made on a podcast. And of course, the bastion of truth, Media Matters, is writing up entire articles about it. Now, I assume most Taylor Swift fans are not evangelical, not Looney Tunes. I can't say I've ever even heard a Taylor Swift song. I just know that she's very popular and her fans are very spirited. And she's got what appears to be some clear kind of marketing deal going on with the NFL right now, which is really annoying a lot of people. Most people want to watch a game, not watch Fox News cut away 17 times during every game to Taylor Swift in the stands. But anyway, that's not what this is about. Barstool Sports podcaster launches sexist attack on Taylor Swift. Wow, this must be pretty bad. I mean, this must be pretty bad, I assume. On October 2nd edition of Barstool Sports' popular podcast, Pardon My Take, host Dan Big Cat Katz and Eric PFT Commentator, two popular creators on the show, delivered an onslaught of sexist remarks targeted at Taylor Swift in an attempt to villainize the superstar's viral impact on the National Football League. Look, I understand where they're coming from. It's like, if you tune in, I kind of gave up on the NFL a while ago when they started kind of injecting politics into the game and wanting to be more about social justice and this and that. People watch sports to unwind. People watch sports to get away. Just like people who listen to Taylor Swift music, listen to her music to get away. I'm sure that Taylor Swift fans understand that if they were listening to a Taylor Swift record and there were NFL commercials interrupting every 17 times throughout the album, you'd probably be pretty annoyed too. So I think this is something that most people probably agree with. The co-hosts who had filmed the podcast the night prior were discussing how the New York Jets had just completed an octopus, scoring a touchdown and then completing a 2-point conversion for a total of 8 points. When Katz noted that the team had scored every single way this game, Sullenberger added, "That's what they should call Taylor Swift's junk." Later in the episode, after recounting the Kansas City Chiefs' victory over the Jets, the host lamented Swift's presence at the game. Katz argued that Swift was detracting from the sport, declaring Taylor Swift is a problem for the NFL. "We have to unite as a group of fans. We can't let this happen. She's got to stop going to games." Sullenberger agreed. "She's bad for football." Well, I mean, for me, I nothing Taylor Swift. She looks like a pretty lady, but I understand that you don't want, again, if you're a Taylor Swift fan listening to this, I think you would understand. If you want to listen to Taylor Swift, you'll listen to Taylor Swift. If you want to watch NFL, you do that. It's not really Taylor Swift's fault, to be fair, that the NFL cut away, I believe, 17 times during a single game to show her instead of the game. Katz countered that he would tolerate Swift's presence only if she and her rumored partner, Travis Kelce, released a spicy video. Katz and Sullenberger then bantered about the crude types of video they would accept. While Katz later made it clear on Twitter that the remarks were made in jest, the lewd commentary tracks with Barstool's lengthy history of misogyny.
Promoting the jab in his commercials.
And revealing, the chaos in line. Another Barstool personality, Nick Fazoli, even challenged, quote, "all the Swifties coming after my guy, Big Barstool Big Cat, to a physical fight of rough and rowdy in a series of amateur boxing fights put on by Barstool." Well, I mean, to be honest, what this is just a win-win for everybody. I suspect this video will have at least one person who's searching for Taylor Swift come across it who isn't familiar with my videos, and hopefully they'll enjoy my balanced take on it. Barstool doing just that, quite frankly, getting, everybody kind of worked up talking about it. You see, if you guys don't like jokes, I'll leave your face down on the mat and make you into a meme. I don't think that it was that. I mean, here.
Exactly. Drop that snap.
Well, I want to go to the tweet. See this individual, Emily Sears. I don't know who she is, but she's got 500,000 followers on Twitter, and she's a model. Yeah, a lot of girls say they're models. Now, dirty piece of POO deserves the full force of Swiftie rage. Please drag him to filth as you see fit. I'm going to guess that, again, that, I don't think Barstool cares about all this free promo. You see Dave Portnoy retweeting his own burner saying, "Thank you, BS1234561. That's Dave's burner, I'm pretty sure. "I literally lost sleep over Dan's grotesque comments. But we do live in a free country, and I believe in freedom of speech. Hopefully Dan can learn from this, and we can all move on. Taylor's about love, not hate." They say, "This guy represents Barstool Sports. I hope they crumble. Disgusting, barbaric, outright ignorance. Who has zero respect for women? Why does he still have a job at Barstool?" Well, I don't really think it's that big a deal. And his comments are filled with people like, don't you find that strange to say 25,000 likes? No.
You know what? All right, I'll say this. If Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift release a sex video, I'll consummate this relationship and be like, fine, you guys can have sex. You can be boyfriend, girlfriend. I don't buy it until I see some dick in vagina.
Do you think?
I'm saying that right now.
Is she pregnant?
P&V.
I haven't seen her drinking at these games. I saw her drinking some juice.
P&V, otherwise it's not really.
Drinking some juice.
Should we demand it?
I want to see.
I want to see P&V. I want to see insertion.
I want to see P&A.
P&A or P&V or P&M.
Yeah,
I'll take P&M.
Good.
I'll take P. I'll even take H on P.
Handy?
Hand?
Yeah, I'll take a hand
Yeah,
job.
yeah, yeah,
I'll
yeah.
see a hand job. That's fine. Give it to Lauren Bobbitt.
That's so
Is that her
great.
name?
Bobbert.
Bobbert?
Yeah.
Wait, Bobbit was. I don't think you want to see a Bobbit, so to speak.
Give us a Lauren Boebert, and I will
Yeah.
be like, you know what? These two lovebirds, they can't get their hands off each other. It's fine. Until that happens, I think it's fake, and I think it's for clicks, and I think Taylor Swift is using the NFL to try to make her star bigger.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I will
Got a
say
Commanders shirt on.
they're
Jeez.
probably, if anything is true, they're probably both using each other. Is kind of what I would call it a Boebert. So security cam footage in a private theater, and then we will know. I mean, I look at it, and since I kind of don't care about the NFL anymore, I don't really care. But it's clearly marketing, right? I get that Barstool tries to make jokes, but nah, this is just weird. It's not a joke; it's a confession. I mean, I don't know. I think that the Swifties, I think that stan culture in general is very bad. I think that, if I have any Swifties watching this at any point, she doesn't care about you. You're okay to, it's cool to enjoy their music. It's cool to it's cool to enjoy music. It's cool to be a fan of somebody. But at the end of the day, we don't live in the same world as these people. And while it was pretty spicy, it's pretty obviously a joke. He's saying, is this just made up for clicks? I need evidence or proof for that, to say, sure. I don't care about Taylor Swift or her music. I care when it annoys people. But I do say, I'm going to stand by Big Cat, even though he is a competing coffee maker, and say that this probably really isn't that big of a deal. And I think that all the rage from people online getting so mad, it's kind of not worth it. It's okay. These people don't care about you. Listen, if there's any stans out
Jared,
there
I appreciate it.
watching this video, it's okay to like their music. It's okay to go to their concerts or buy their merch, but don't waste all day simping for them online because they don't see you and they don't care. It's a hard lesson to learn, but let me help you out. And if you were helped, please follow or subscribe down below. I don't understand Taylor Swift. I don't know a single song by Taylor Swift. And I can tell you, if I was watching a football game, and I believe that number is correct, they cut away from I think it was Sunday Night Football. So a primetime sports ball event. They cut away from it to talk about Taylor Swift 17 times during the game. And I would have lost my mind if I was trying to watch the game and they're like, "Oh, hey, what's Taylor Swift doing now?
You didn't want to
there's
watch the
Taylor
Lions
Swift.
kick your
It's
Packers
3rd and 10.
asses.
It's going to be a difficult pass here, but 1 second here. Let's check on see if Taylor Swift. Oh, Taylor Swift has taken a bathroom break. Oops, we missed the play. By the way, I just want to be clear on moderation rules here. You may have saw me ban somebody. I have very few real rules. It's essentially don't come in and just shill other people's shit or links. If you want to shill your channel, it's $20. Do a $20 Rumble rant, and I'll read it with all the enthusiasm that you deserve. Just outright shilling is banned, and outright racist shit is banned. So people get mad, but if you come in my chat and you're, dropping the N-word, I just don't fuck with that. I don't allow it.
I know you.
If you drop any other racist shit, I don't screw with the race. I mean, you got me mixed up with somebody if you think that that's stuff that I would approve. And quite frankly, when I see stuff like that, I actually think it's Media Matters doing it. You know what I mean? I think it's yes, exactly. Book, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I don't fuck with it. It's not allowed in my chat, period. If that offends you, then I don't know what to tell you, but I would be very unsurprised if it was some Media Matters employee doing that shit so they could take a screenshot. Okay. But even if it isn't, I don't fuck with racist stuff, period. So I have very few rules in here. And I know I'm only, I'm just making sure everyone knows, there's going to be a point where we have, 10, 20, 1,000 people watching live. I know that day's coming, and I just have very few. And also because of that rule, I can also rule out any of these. I remember that there was somebody who came into my Discord one time and was like, it was like very clearly a reporter. They were like putting like racist stuff in there, or trying to like goat people into saying racist stuff, and then my mods banned them. And they told me, they're like, this person was really weird. They came in and they were like, can I just say the N-word or blah blah? Like it was very odd and awkward. It was like,
no,
it was weird. And that ever since that day, I was like, oh yeah, they probably do that stuff.
You
know, it was Discord at the time. Now I use Gilded. And now I know that like Media Matters is, has Rumble on they're trying to take Rumble down. So, I maintain some pretty loose rules. But no bundle of stick word either. No bundle of stick words. No, you can go say that on your own chats in your own time. Mr. Pokes, hey brother, just ordered to make a pumpkin pie and butterscotch toffee with Drunk 3PO's code. Have an awesome day. Gotta go to the pet store and get my cat a new scratching post. Nice. Coffee and scratching posts are good. This is in Quartering's Discord allows N-word with the hard R. Yeah, right. Like, cause you guys know, you see it every once in a while. Remember that one person that kept coming in and they had like, Donald Trump is a piece of whatever, and then they had like all these weird political names, and they were coming in and like saying racist shit. Like, I swear, it's my opinion, that those are like ops. Those are gay ops, that journalists are doing or Media Matters are doing, to say, oh no, look at this hateful comments in in this person's comments, section. You ordered pumpkin last week. You haven't got a shipping notice yet. Email me, quartering@jeremy.com, the quartering@gmail.com. Yes, of course you can say commies. You could talk about a cord of wood, yes, but it's actually would be a bundle of sticks, I believe. You guys know I don't have a lot of rules. I'm not giving these journalists any bullshit to turn on Rumble. Plus, I don't like racism in general. I know it's weird, but that's just, if that offends you, I hope you'll still accept me. Dude, 2 journalists yesterday. Now, I don't like
Love is the answer.
I don't care for I don't care for like dancing on people's graves. It's pretty brutal. I don't get a lot of joy in it, but sometimes it's like, wow, that was extremely ironic. This guy. Today I learned there's apparently a crippling crime wave destroying all cities, according to Stephen Miller, which includes presumably Philly. My house is not on fire. My chaos is not raining in the street. I saw a man get a parking ticket yesterday. My trash got picked up. He wrote that on April 17th of this year. And yesterday, Josh Kruger was shot and killed in his own home by a home invader. Like, fuck. Philly journalist Josh Kruger mocked the idea of using a gun to protect his home. He was killed in his home yesterday. I can already hear the armchair advice brigade saying what I should have done. To me, guns escalate and dramatically increase the risk of injury or death. Well, that's just not true. Even in home or self-defense situations, in this case, technically a burglary, you can't be Yosemite Sam just because you're afraid. Oh, yes, you can. You can absolutely. And by the way, he wrote that on April 5th of this year. And again, he was killed in a home invasion. Now, I suspect there'll be more to this. There'll be more to the person that killed him. It's probably someone. People are speculating that it's somebody he gave AIDS to. I wouldn't doubt it. That's just my opinion. I mean, I don't know that for a fact, but home invasions are pretty rare. Like, people that, how do I say this? People that burgle homes will almost always move past one where somebody's home to just take one that they're not in. People want to steal your jewelry and stuff like that. They generally don't want to fight anybody. They don't want to deal with dogs. They don't want to deal with people. They just want to get in and steal your valuables and get out, because most of the people doing this are drug addicts. That's just a fact.
Yep.
So, my guess is this was not exactly am I wrong about that? I'm pretty sure, I know statistics are dangerous, but from what I understand, from even my own CCW, my concealed carry training and stuff like that, people entering your home unlawfully are usually not there to kill you. Local journalist Josh Kruger fatally shot inside Point Breeze home. Look, it's that lawless land of liberals in Philly where shootings are dropping to the levels not seen in years. This is what happens, Some idiot just said you're more likely to get shot and killed than die of COVID in Philly. I don't like to, oh, my comment about the AIDS thing is he literally has AIDS and he advertises it. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't exactly love shitting on the guy coming and dancing on his grave. This stuff is weird. This was his last tweet. I suspect there will be more to this. Remember when, what was it, that CEO that they had that, it was a CEO in, what was it, in Silicon Valley? Super rich, right? He ends up getting killed and everyone's like, what the heck? How did that happen? Oh, it's probably some junkie on the street. And then a few days later, it turned out that it was his business partner or something like that. So there's probably going to be more to this. It's probably going to be a drug deal gone wrong if he was a user, which I don't know if he was or wasn't. If he was a user, it was probably a drug deal gone wrong, or it was a domestic situation. I'm going to predict. Now this is maybe the worst. Josh Kruger right here, quote tweeting Scott Adams saying Republicans will be hunted. He goes here. This is the one. This one's so brutal. Scott Adams wrote, if Biden is elected, there's a good chance he will be dead within the year. Kruger says, the Dilbert dude is like Nostradamus. Look at this prediction from 2020. And then he died 2 days later. And then see, I don't know. I don't care for this. Scott Adams saying, oops, did not realize he was shot to death yesterday for not getting away from the hellhole in which he lived. I don't ever want to get there. And I want to try to keep my viewers from going there.
You freeze. I'm sorry? Dylan who?
It's just.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like you started off really good, and then the last 3 weeks,
I don't care for that.
Tapered off.
I think it's gross.
Yeah, for Vectrum. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that did happen. I just noticed that your attendance was generally pretty good. Yeah, I'd be willing to give you another opportunity. When would you be? Can you come in tomorrow
I don't think.
at 1? All right. Let me make sure what I have for ID on you. Yeah, do you have a new ID? Okay, yeah, bring that with you. I have your social. All right, we'll see you tomorrow at 1. Yeah, bye. Impact Employment. I'm speaking. How can I help you?
It's a great. I don't know. I just maybe karma's a thing. I'm just thinking of like karmic. Like it was like remember when all the libs were laughing at. Remember when all the libs. I'm not saying that Scott's tweet was wrong. I just mean like coming back to a guy's Twitter who just got murdered just to say ha ha. It feels a little. I don't like to tempt fate that much. Does that make sense? Like, it's like I said, it's like when the libs, every time a conservative died of COVID, when they danced on their graves, I felt like that was, gross. Like, didn't they do that?
Just,
like,
they're
am I getting this wrong? The Herman
both
Cain
times
Award, yeah.
Pretty much been
Am I getting?
one
Yes,
day
right.
and
The
then
Herman
didn't
Cain
show up
Award, right?
anymore.
That was COVID related, right?
So
Was that was right, right?
So that's why they're a bit apprehensive about bringing it back.
Yeah.
They,
I don't like it. But I also believe that karma is a thing, and
Okay. Well, I mean, I understand that.
I don't want to. I don't want to
issues
frick with
then?
it. I don't. You guys can do it. You can do it. You can dunk. I'm just trying to say, like, you know how many times I've seen like, karma catch up to somebody.
Can you hold for a second?
Why do people think they can spam in here? How long do you think that's going to last? I'm not even saying it's not funny. Like, I'm not even saying it's not funny. Because it is. But I'm just being like, be careful about, I'm just careful about tempting fate too much, if that makes sense.
Shit is.
I was going to cover this in a standalone video, but since Chaya Raichik has Elon Musk literally in her pocket, I guess it doesn't matter. Fat Steven Seagal. Hey, the price is always set. Chat knows. If you want to shill your Rumble channel, I will happily do so. You know the price. But if you just come in my chat and you spam your channel, you're gone. It's pretty easy. Can I have a shout out to you, my parasocial fixation. Boston Buckaroo, I think about you at least once a day. It's usually right after I brush my teeth and I rinse and I like turn around and I look out the window. And sometimes there's turkeys out there. It's turkey mating season here in Wisconsin. I saw 2 of them dancing the other day. And I thought, I wish that I could have shared this moment with Boston Buckaroo. And now, like, that I think back, I suffer even more regret that we couldn't share that moment together. Look, I think I'm not gonna like I've Chaya Raichik, someone who I'm not a huge fan of libs of TikTok in general. I think
okay, I do
taking
have to
somebody else's
update
video and
your,
then putting your watermark
food
on it
safety
and then
stuff.
pretending that that's some
Won't
sort of
take long
job
to do
without providing literally any commentary is pretty lame.
Okay.
That said, I'm fully
1 o'clock?
aware that it's essentially my job to read other people's
All right,
articles.
see you tomorrow.
And I acknowledge the good that account does in spreading the word around kind of like the insanity in the world. I don't buy Chaya Raichik as some sort of conservative influencer doing all these interviews on Fox News and all this kind of stuff. I'm not sure where her actual personal politics are, especially when she seems so obsessed with her Twitter money. Like I did do literally the same thing for months with my shorts. Well, that's actually not true. I actually, with my shorts, actually in every single short, I added context to the beginning of them. And I also never watermarked other people's videos as if they were mine. If she was taking the 5 seconds it would take to film a little caption or add some commentary, I would that criticism wouldn't hold any water. But again, I think again, I don't think she's a bad person. I don't think that she's like, I think she's a force for good. I'm just skeptical. It's because I've been around for a long time. It's been around, I've been around a long time and I've seen a lot of people coming and going. And I just question people's authenticity. That's all. So, I mean, I wish her the best, but you know, I'm seeing a lot of these, oh my God, my money's getting messed up. But it sure must be nice to have Elon Musk in your pocket. What about $21 single $1 Rumble rants? Does that count? Yes, Fat Steven Seagal. You got 19 to go. Check out his channel. No, that's not true, Jeremy. You don't like Benny, and he talks at the beginning. I don't like Benny because he took heavy inspiration. I am an old fart in the space, yeah. Like, don't get all like simping, you know? I'm misrepresenting her. No, I'm not. Her entire career is built off sorting a subreddit of crazy lefty weirdos, copying a libs of TikTok watermark on the center of it, and posting it to Twitter without context. I mean, do you think I don't understand how the game works? Honestly, I don't think Chaya claims to be something other than she is. I'd agree with that. I'd agree with that. I'm not saying she is. I'm just saying I've been around long enough, and I know that money is, money in the game. I'm just skeptic. That's all I'm saying. I think it's good to be skeptical of people. Her posts now all have commentary. In the past, it made sense to avoid bans showing something leftist without adding commentary. Maybe. Again, I'm not saying she's bad. I'm not saying she's not who she said she was. I'm just saying, like, I'm always skeptical of, like, look, don't be jealous, child, please. We can compare bank accounts and I'll be fine. I think that I've seen a lot of people pop up in the conservative space that are suddenly worshipped and, playing, like, oh, they've been with us from the start. Oh, they're hardcore. I still don't buy. By the way, I've been very on the record that I think Candace Owens is a fraud. Would it surprise you to know that? Like, I've been around a lot longer in this space than most people. I remember when she was Red Pill Black. I remember when she had a doxing website for people that made fun of her on the internet. And by the way, I'm pretty sure she has never addressed that. So, until I see evidence otherwise, and then she gets some huge multi-million-dollar contract with the Daily Wire because they can have a pretty minority conservative. Like, she fits the bill. Do you think that it's a coincidence that TP USA hires the same looking girls, the girls that all look the same, and suddenly we're supposed to believe that they're all just based and red pilled and trad cons? Get out of here. I got a bridge to sell you. Oh, another pretty blonde girl is totally based and red pilled, working for TP USA. Shout out Fat Steven Seagal. Nice. Now, I think that living that way probably makes you, like, dislike people who are in fact authentic and not grifters, and so you end up kind of living this life where you're like, you end up black pilled, Games Error says, business pitch. Have you ever sat there watching your favorite streamer and thought, I wonder what their butthole looks like? Cue only holes. Your one-stop shop for b-hole selfies. Love you, quartering and chat. Yeah, that tracks. There's probably some sort of business sense there. There's a business for buttholes, I think. I'm not one of them. I don't, I'm not a big butthole guy, but certainly there are. Entire Daily Wire sus, they're giving crap to guys saying they don't want to get married. That's cowardice. I pointed out that in Romans and Corinthians, during the sick times of Rome, Christians were told to not marry if questionable. I think it's just been I think it's much better if I could give advice to my earlier self. It probably would have been to chill out on calling out other people in the space, because I wasn't always right about it. And when you're wrong about it, it really hurts your business. But even when you're right about it, people don't want to hear it. People don't want to hear every time they tell me they love Candace Owens, and I say, go look up a website called Social Autopsy. Google Candace Owens and Social Autopsy. And then they're like, bro, you're just jealous. You're just jealous. Okay, fine. There's just no good business decision for calling out frauds that are in your circle. Could have made a lot more money. Could have made a lot more money. I thought I had one more topic, but who funds TPUSA? That I don't know. How old is this video? Here we go. Another website. this is like a classic, like 1.3 million followers, and all they do is post old content. It could literally be AI generated. Trad says Brittany Venti is a grifter as well. She was a Twitch thought, and now she's trad. Well, actually, I would say that if you're thinking about her early days, I think that was all a goof. Her Brittany Venti character. Well, maybe I'm wrong about that. Fat Steven Seagal, there you go. After 2 YouTube demonetizations, I moved to Rumble. I chose Jeremy and his awesome coffee brand coffee to grift my Rumble channel with these $20. There you go. I'll follow you. Oh, you got 636. Go check out Fat Steven Seagal. Shout out. So is Ruben's W Rumble. Fat Steven, I'm following you now. Thumbs up. There you go. Might have made less money. I'm sure many of us wouldn't be here if you weren't. Yeah, that's true. I don't really know Brittany that well, but you know, maybe she is a grifter, but I have never gotten that vibe. The trolling thing, I mean, dude, you guys might not like her, but what she did to Rollo Tomasi was actually legendary. Like actually legendary.
Didn't have a crazy game, and Mr. Pfizer, we kind of shut him down a little bit. He didn't have his like crazy impact game. Obviously, he had some yards and stuff, but I felt like for the most part, we played really tough on defense, especially the last 3.
He called Travis Kelce Mr. Pfizer. Shout out, Fat Steven. Yeah, put your pants on. They just
didn't have a crazy game, and Mr. Pfizer, we kind of shut him down a little bit. He didn't have his like crazy impact game. Obviously, he had some yards and stuff, but I felt like for the most part, we played really tough on defense, especially the last 3 quarters, and didn't have.
Pat McAfee's like, man, he knows it's funny. I don't know if Pat's vaxxed and boosted. I get the feeling he's not. But he knows he can't say it. See, you're taking Candace why I want to see you interview her. I know she'd never agree, but I think it would be a feather in your cap if she refuses. Yeah, I mean, she won't agree. I mean, the question is there some place on the internet somewhere where she disavowed it? That's the real question. As far as I know, there's no place where she actually disavowed it. People make mistakes, and that's okay. Oh, he's got it. Okay. Yeah, there is that theory that they're promoting Kelce and Swift because they're both Pfizer shills. It's certainly possible. By the way, I'm gonna dip today here. I thought I had another topic, but I guess I don't. If you haven't yet, please do. If you're watching now, make sure you click that follow button below the video so you get notified when I go live. I go live every day at noon.
You
So
rage quit
in
again?
22
I was
hours I'll
about
be
to go
live
back to
again.
Bow.
Make sure you follow, and if you're interested in joining my locals, I would greatly appreciate it. It's $5 a month.
Is he just having connection?
And you get a members only video. There's a members only chat in there, stuff like that. I'm giving the first month free so you get a free month if you go click on that or you go to the video and you click support, and then you do promo code, and it's free support free speech 1. You get the first month free. If you go annual support free speech, you get 3 months free. You basically get the year for $45. And I would really, really appreciate your support there. I've got to push that hard in 2023, 2024. And I hope that you'll consider it. And we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, let me find something.
David sent me a note about a story involving the bureaucracy, following rules so closely, or at least they thought they were, that it becomes nonsensical. And this headline pretty much says it all. From Fox13News.com out of Florida, VA denies veterans claim, says heart attack is not an emergency. A heart attack is not an emergency. So apparently it's extremely important in this story whether a heart attack can be classified as an emergency or not. Now, most people say, yeah, a heart attack would be an emergency because you've heard these things such as like serious as a heart attack. And so it would seem to be quite serious and probably an emergency if you had one would think. So Craig Patrick wrote the story and says that 7 years after Congress passed a law reforming the Veterans Health Care Administration, the VA appears to have made a great deal of progress. The reforms, which increased the VA staff and allowed some veterans to receive private medical care, improved access to health care for many sick and wounded vets, but there are still some who are caught in a bind. In February, this man wasn't feeling right. He's a Vietnam-era Air Force veteran, and he couldn't say why, but he didn't feel right. So it was during the pandemic and at the height of mask wearing and social distancing, so everybody was either locked down or locked out. It's difficult to go anywhere. And he said that it actually made things difficult even dealing with the VA. And so he said if VA could not specifically define what was going on health-wise, they didn't want people in the facility. So as a backup for his VA health care, he has a Medicare Advantage plan, which he used to visit his cardiologist, who diagnosed him as having a heart attack. Now, this is a cardiologist. He would know, you'd think, right? So he says, this is the guy speaking, he's looking at me saying, you are having a heart attack right now. That's that's the quote. Just in case you're worried, maybe there's some ambiguity here. Was the concept really that spelled out? You are having a heart attack right now. And that's a cardiologist speaking to you, saying those words. So you would think that is serious and probably an emergency, right? So the next thing he remembers is waking up in the hospital. So his cardiologist says, you are having a heart attack, and boom, he checks out, like at least conscious-wise, right? So he's unconscious, and he wakes up in the hospital, which is, by the way, that's one of those things. Good news, bad news. Good news, you're still alive because you just woke up. Bad news, you're in the hospital. The doctors at that hospital installed 4 stents. 4 stents were installed, and they told him that they had to do that because he had a 98% blockage. So the heart attack was caused by a 98% blockage requiring the installation of 4 stents. Now, Medicare covered much of it, but the VA would not pick up the remainder of the tab. And you might say, but Steve, the VA's got rules. They got to follow rules. Well, we're getting there. The first bill that he was supposed to pay, because VA would not pick it up, was $600. Second one, $250. So we're out $850 here. He soon discovered he was caught in a quagmire over the definition of the word emergency. And of course, the policies that didn't match up to his situation, according to the VA. The VA denied his claim on grounds that what had happened to him, and this is the quote, does not meet a prudent layperson's definition of emergency. Number one, I'm not sure why you'd say a layperson's definition. It really ought to be more of a medical professional, because if a doctor says it's an emergency and the average person's like, I don't even know what that is, I'd go with the doctor. By the way, this was a major heart attack, and it happened in his doctor's office, during which he passed out. So they say that does not meet the definition of emergency. And he thought, well, I got something around that. His physician wrote a letter for him stating that what he'd had was an emergency. Now, call me crazy. If a doctor tells me something is a medical emergency, I tend to believe him. If a fireman tells me my house is burning, I tend to believe them, right? There's certain people that you trust because they're experts in their fields. And so if the doctor says, this is an emergency, you're having a heart attack, you're going to wake up in a hospital, hell, good, yeah, okay. The VA denial also stated that a VA facility was available. There was a VA facility available to provide the emergency services. And they also say, didn't give them timely notification. Now, how timely of a notification can you give somebody when you are out in a hospital? The VA policy states that failure to report emergency care to the VA within 72 hours from the start of treatment may impact coverage. And coverage impact means they're not going to pay the bill. After passing out from a heart attack in his doctor's office, he didn't have a whole lot of say about where he wound up. He was unconscious at the time. He couldn't, by the way, sit up and go, hey guys, really quick, take me there but not there, and then pass out again because he was out. So he woke up in the hospital and he'd be there another 3 days for procedures and monitoring. And are you telling me that during everything they're doing to him, he's supposed to stop and raise his hand or something and say, excuse me, someone get me a phone. I need to notify the VA. I'm going to be on the phone probably for a few hours because they are going to put me on hold. So we need to be able to plug my phone in someplace or get me a landline. He says, I wasn't stabilized till I had 4 stents and I still needed 2 more. So they kept me in until Monday when they did the last 2. So he wound up getting 6 apparently. VA policy does state that even if the notification did not occur timely, emergency treatment may still be eligible for reimbursement. The question, of course, is this an emergency? The man has a heart attack in his cardiologist's office and wakes up in the hospital. Is that an emergency? Now, I know, by the way, I've mentioned before, anytime I tell a story here, I'll get someone who's going to play devil's advocate. Someone is going to seriously, not as a joke, not just goofing around, someone's going to seriously comment and go, Steve, I understand this completely from the government's point of view. That's not an emergency. All he had was a heart attack in his cardiologist's office and passed out and woke up in a hospital. That's not an emergency. See, an emergency is, and they come up with some insane definition of emergency. Most people
I'll be right back.
would consider it an emergency when it is life or death and you are in a position where your life rides entirely in the hands of others, meaning that he's out. He's out. So he can't direct his treatments. He can't tell them where to take him. He can't even help them at all. They can't ask him, by the way, how old are you? What blood type are you? He can't he's out. So he's laying on the floor, figuratively speaking, at his cardiologist's office. But let's assume he's on a table, okay? He's out. They got to call an ambulance for him. They got to get him to a hospital or he's going to die. Most people, I think, would consider that an emergency. But again, like I said, someone will argue with me. So there's a fight over whether or not they have to reimburse him in his case because it says they may still be eligible. So in 2019, a federal appeals court ruled that the VA has to reimburse victims for their emergency care outside the VA. But that was a class action that included veterans' claims from 2016 to future claims through 2025, pending further review that may or may not apply to this man who does live on a fixed income and cannot afford an $850 medical bill. It put me in a bind financially, he said, forcing him to cut back on essentials like food at a time when everything is getting more expensive. Meanwhile, Fox 13 reached out to the VA for comment on the man's case, but have yet to receive a response. I did a story a while back about a school that showed the movie Lion King as a fundraiser, and Disney contacted them, or whoever owns the rights to the movie, and said, you're not allowed to do that, you owe us money. And the amount of money they owed Disney wiped out the fundraiser.
You're welcome,
and I actually said at that time that if I was contacted by anybody from the school on their letterhead, I would pay that fine, and I did.
That next Friday.
I don't know if this man's gotten this $850 medical bill paid,
the money hits it.
but I know his name. It's in the story here.
Yep, yeah, I already
if
copied
he
it
were to
for you.
contact me, or somebody contacted me on his behalf, and I could confirm it, I'll pay the $850.
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
I don't want this guy to be worrying about this. But I don't want that to interfere with the case of getting this matter straightened out for other people. So I hope they can get that straightened out. But as far as the $850 goes, I'd be happy to pay that on this man's behalf. So if you know the man, let him know that. If you know anybody at Fox 13 News, let him know that. But to me, that's a minor point. The bigger point here is that the VA has a great mission, taking care of our veterans' medical needs.
Yeah.
Okay? That's a great, great concept. And I understand the government's got to have rules. But here's one where the rule actually says, if you have a medical emergency, we'll take care of you. But your heart attack in the cardiologist's office where you woke up in the hospital, it's not an emergency, is somebody horribly misinterpreting those rules. So I don't know what to say beyond that other than it's the government messing stuff up. So David, thanks for sending it. From Fox13News.com, Craig Patrick wrote that. VA denies veterans claim, says heart attack is not an emergency. Questions or comments, put them below. Let's talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Thank you for watching Leto's Law. I ordered a chicken and an egg from Amazon. I'll let you know.
Good afternoon and welcome to Lies You Can Trust. There's a new threat facing mindless citizens around the world, and that threat is comedians. Along with reducing carbon emissions to help create a cleaner environment, we must also reduce comedians to help create a cleaner, more sustainable narrative. For centuries, it's been understood that comedians are the court jesters, meant to mock the king as a means of keeping the king's ego in check, preventing the king from becoming tyrannical, where he uses the people to serve him rather than him serving the people of the kingdom. And it's been long said that if the king cuts the comedians' heads off, the kingdom is doomed to be ruled tyrannically. So, in our world today, we're at the stage where we need to begin cutting the heads off comedians with the sword of cancel culture. Comedians have been using the #1 principle in comedy, the truth principle, to poke holes in the lies, hypocrisy, and corruption of the pharmaceutical agenda, military-industrial complex, and freedom-eroding policies of both elected and unelected leaders. Using comedy to ridicule deception so that truth can shine through in the consciousness of everyday citizens is more dangerous than sending your kids to school without a mask on. It erodes away trust in our narrative, which is carefully crafted for your protection. And as comedians plant the seeds of truth through jokes while breaking up the psychological scar tissue of lies and deception through laughter, we can confidently say that comedians are a danger to society. Don't pay attention to them, cancel them, and let's further do away with the First Amendment to protect against comedy. But not all comedians are dangerous, just like not all carbon emissions are bad for the environment. Similar to how the carbon emissions from Bill Gates, John Kerry, and Leonardo DiCaprio's private jets are actually good for the environment, comedians who have a home in Hollywood are healthy to listen to. As these comedians abandon the truth principle and pledge loyalty to the narrative principle, they help protect society by getting you to agree with them instead of getting you to laugh. That's why so many people still like Saturday Night Live.
Oh no, you want to
Still
send
have
it to
some
mine?
viewers.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So get ready to cancel Dave Chappelle again the next time he brilliantly gets you to think about something that we don't want you to think about. And keep advocating for Spotify to get rid of veterinary medicine enthusiast Joe Rogan and practice social distancing from all other comedians as well. Because we are in a pandemic of comedy and it's not good for anybody. But mostly it's not good for our agenda. Trust us, we wouldn't lie to you the way comedians lie to you by telling you the truth. Cancel comedians. Good night.
Which bank is this?
We're live. Welcome to Lives You Can Trust, ladies and gentlemen, where we like to call, what do? We pull back the veil to expose what's really going on in the world to help spread the light of truth and freedom. Because I like freedom, I like truth. We're pretty synonymous with each other. So here we are. Lies You Can Trust. Oh, we got a great show lined up for you today. Free speech, which has been under attack like all hell in Canada, is now getting amped up a little bit more. We're just trying to kill free speech. We're killing comedy. We're going to cancel comedy. Interesting news about RFK Jr.
It went to sleep.
Trump's in a trial. Judges smiling.
Okay.
Things to talk about there. And some other stuff. We got an important announcement today. I'm going to make an important announcement. Hard to talk a little bit. I've got a little bit of Biden DNA in my system. But I'm glad to be with you. Happy Tuesday. I hope you had a good weekend. I did. I had a fantastic weekend. I was in Tampa, Florida. Ever hear of it? It's in Florida. The place where Gavin Newsom says freedom is dying as he like locking people in cages. Like, dude, you're lucky to be in this cage because like you're free in this cage. But look at what those people, those fascists in Florida are doing. Apparently Newsom and DeSantis are going to have a debate. That's what I've heard. Awesome. And I don't know if it's actually right, but I hope they do.
which will kind of, it'll be a spectacle. It'll be a circus. I'll get back to my weekend in Tampa in a second. It won't change anything. Nobody who watches it will have their mind changed about anything. Because if you're like a Newsom kind of person, I guess there's people who like Newsom, I guess. So if you're a Newsom kind of person, during the debate, after the debate, you're going to like Newsom. Same with DeSantis. Nobody's going to like, oh, that guy made a good point. I'm going to change my mind. But nonetheless, I think it'll be a good circus. And we'll see, DeSantis. I love what he's done as governor. Newsom, I think here's the deal. DeSantis is a much better governor, but Newsom, I think, is a better character in the sense that, he doesn't say things based on truth or honesty, but Newsom, he's more charismatic. That's what he has going for him. So it'll just be fun to watch Newsom's lies and like his stories. Hopefully Newsom even believes his own stories. How that stacks up against the truth as we know it. Back to my weekend in Tampa. My biggest disappointment, I didn't get out to Hogan's Hangout. Didn't have time. Hulk Hogan apparently has like a sports bar in Tampa. That's where he's from. Hulk Hogan, watched him growing up as a kid. I never really liked him as a wrestler because he wasn't really that good, but speaking of Newsom, he was super charismatic. So I loved his character, just like his matches were usually boring. So the little childhood nostalgic part of me wanted to get out there and just, hey, you're in Hulk Hogan's restaurant. Maybe I even get to see him. It's probably not, but didn't get to do that. But I had amazing shows in Tampa, did 5 shows. My great friend Brent Pella was on the show. I know some of you freedom lovers watching this right now were there. Thank you for coming out. I had the time of my life. I think the best shows, the best crowds are in Tampa. This is the 3rd time I've been there in 3 years, Side Splitters Comedy Club. So I had the time of my life. Thank y'all for coming out and just gifting me with such a joyful experience. Hopefully it was worthwhile to you. And as we saw at the top of the hour, we've officially announced comedy is canceled. We have a pandemic of comedians. Got to get rid of them. What we need more of is people who used to do comedy that now do narrative. Stephen Colbert, Vaccine Dance, Jimmy Fallon, Jimmy Kimmel, like those, kind of, hey, thank you for the check, Pfizer. What do you want me to say? Okay, I'll say that. Hey, everybody, here's what's on my mind. Get a booster. Matt, I'll share a thought with you about comedy, and I'm going to preface it with this. I am biased because I'm a comedian, and I'm a narcissist. So I think incredibly highly of myself and what I do. By the way, hello to everybody in the chat. Check in with y'all in a second. But enough of me interrupting myself. Back to the point. I think comedy serves a much bigger purpose in our world today than just making people laugh. I had a few things sprinkled in the satirical news segment that opened this up, but let me expand and share with you why comedy is important and why comedians are kind of like the canary in the coal mine. Coal mind. I think Biden has a coal mind, Whether in the canary in the coal mine, where if the comedians start dropping, then we know we're in trouble. Because archetypically, step into the world of Carl Jung, human consciousness, individual subconsciousness, and the collective conscious. Comedians serve a purpose. We are the court jesters. You say, wow, that sounds goofy, JP. Is that really purposeful? I believe it is. Because the purpose of a court jester is to make fun of the king. Why is that purposeful? Why is that necessary? I'm glad you asked. I'll tell you why. It's necessary because making fun of the king, mocking the king, it checks the king's ego. You say, well, JP, can't there be a queen? No, it's a king. We're talking real kingdom here, ladies and gentlemen. We're not doing the equality things. Only men can be kings because women can be queens. My story here is not about equality. So if you're a woman and you're like, why is he using king? I'm using the word king because I want you to be offended. I want you to feel excluded. I'm trying to practice misogyny here. So when the comedian is, or the court jester is, or the joker is making fun of the king, what he's really doing, he's not making fun of the king's true character. He's not making fun of the king's his heart, his soul. He's making fun of the king's ego. That's what the comedian is targeting with his jokes. So he's making a mockery, not so much of the king, but of the king's ego. Why does he do that? To illuminate it so that two groups can see it. One, the king, and two, the kingdom. because mocking the king's egotistical nature, that helps the people of the kingdom be aware. Oh, yeah, that's his ego. I need to be aware of that. So I'm not just blindly obedient to some tyrannical ego. And very importantly, the court jester mocks the king's ego to illuminate it so the king himself can see it. Why is that important? Because it gives the king the opportunity to basically not be a first person participant with his ego. So it's the difference of the king being a benevolent king out there to serve the people versus a tyrannical king using the people in the kingdom to serve himself. If the king's ego is not in check, if the king doesn't see his own ego, if he doesn't have the humbleness to like surrender his egotistical nature, his desires, his wants, then he becomes a tyrant. We see that in the world today. That's why it's so important for comedians to mock kings. Now, a good king, it's got an ego, flawed human being. Cool, that's going to happen. But a good king will see what the court jester is pointing out and then become better because of it. He sees his egotistical nature, and then he's not limited by it. He's not got his egotistical, tyrannical nature in the driver's seat of his car in the kingdom. That helps the king. So important. That's why the court jester has a role in sort of archetypal psychology. But we know we're in trouble when the king starts cutting the court jester's head off. If the king is either outraged by what the court jester shows him, which is him being outraged by himself, he just doesn't want to see it or doesn't want other people to be aware of it, then he cuts the court jester's head off. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is when we know we're in trouble. It's when we know we have unchecked tyranny on our hands. And the reason why I did a little openings skit the way I did, it's like one that was on my mind. Nothing super like relevant happened recently other than fucking COVID in the past 3 years. And we've seen some attempts to cut the court jester's heads off. Well, I'll tell you what's more lethal than that in just a second. But first, we've seen, it's kind of like what, every 5 minutes they're trying to cancel Dave Chappelle. Oh, dude, he is pointing out truth about the gender ideology. We got to cut his head off, cancel him. They use the guillotine of cancel culture to try to do that. Yeah, Joe Rogan, like, fuck him, veterinary medicine guy, shut him up, let's get him deplatformed. So we see that kind of thing. And we've certainly seen the Biden administration try to obliterate people's First Amendments, not just for comedians. That's why I think it's more important than ever we have comedy. Why? Because everything I just said, insert there, but also the number one principle in comedy, the most important principle in comedy is the truth principle. The reason why you laugh when you see a comedian make a joke or a court jester make a joke is because there's something resonating inside of you with some level of truth in the joke. And that's why court jesters have been so effective with keeping the king's egos in check, because they're not making stuff up. They're making jokes and mockery off of something that's real, something that's true. But here in the cancellation of comedy and silence the comedian, silence anybody who's not going along with the narrative. In comedy, you have the obliteration of the truth principle. You have people conforming more to the narrative principle. Have you ever asked yourself, why is Saturday Night Live no longer funny? And it used to be hilarious. You're like, is Saturday Night Live still considered a comedy show? Not to me, it ain't. It's a narrative show. They've replaced the truth principle with the narrative principle. And the narrative, sit down. You're going to be shocked to hear this. The narrative isn't based on truth. It's based on an agenda written with manipulation and deception. Kind of the opposite of truth. That's why when you're watching a super woke comedian or a super woke comedy show or fucking super woke late night comedy shows with the Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon, there's a reason why you're not really laughing a lot. It's because they're not taking deep-seated truths and exposing them. They're more so reinforcing narratives. It's like, was there anybody on earth that laughed at Stephen Colbert's The Vaccine song? I'm sure you got a lot of people, yeah, look at that, man. Smiling, agreeing. There's nothing funny because it's not exposing truth. Therefore, there wasn't some sort of deep resonance. It's like where laughter is a tuning fork. When the truth from the court jester is exposed, then like the tuning fork of recognition in our psyche, it resonates with that. And that resonance is laughter. So it's my way of saying, comedians, keep going. You have a sense of humor. Humor is not a monopoly by comedians. We all have a sense of humor. Like you have a sense of sight, hearing, you have a sense of humor. We need to keep mocking the stuff that's going on. But what's more important or more lethal than the king decapitating the court jester? It's court jesters decapitating themselves. People, comedians, being too intimidated to speak truth through the language of comedy because they fear decapitation from cancel culture. They fear losing opportunities, which means they decapitate themselves before they ever enter the arena. That is just a message I wanted to share, ladies and gentlemen. Got one more piece to it because it's coming to my mind, so I'm going to share it. I feel like I have the Holy Ghost coming through me. Is that or diarrhea? I don't know which, but we're going to let it flow. See what happens. I might have shared this before. You may have heard me talk about this before, but I think it's relevant as I'm just sort of ranting about canceling comedy, fucking canceling anything, cancel culture. Same thing as cancer culture. Cancer is when cells of the body are attacking other cells in the body. It's the body attacking the body. And cancel culture is cells in the body of humanity attacking other cells in the body of humanity. It's not them standing for something they believe in. It's them attacking what they feel threatened by. It's them attacking what they don't believe in. That's how cancer behaves, and that's how a lot of people behave. They're operating with the consciousness of cancer. I don't recommend it, but if that's what you want to do, it's your life. You got to experience the consequences, positive and negative. And by the way, let me know how fulfilled you feel at the end of the day, at the end of your life. How much fulfillment did you get from, instead of standing for something, you stood against things, you attacked things. Cool. I don't think anybody's ever laid on their deathbed and like, dude, I should have canceled more people. Dude, I should have stood for even less and just attacked more people. Dude, I missed out on life. I wish I would have been more like cancer. Oddly enough, why am I dying of cancer? Yeah, maybe you embodied the vibration. Think about that, you son of a bitch. Here's the point. Here is my point. Cancel culture. I was just talking about this at the one of the Q&As I do after my comedy shows. Cancel culture, because a lot of people are intimidated by it. You know, me at times, especially in the early days, I was intimidated by cancel culture. It's like this angry mob that wants to destroy your reputation, and sometimes they're trying to destroy even more than that. They're trying to ruin your livelihood. I mean, look at what's happening to Russell Brand. I mean, that is really amplified cancel culture. You got the media involved in the cancel culture. Used to be, hey, to cancel someone, you just call them a racist. And now it's like, no. They've learned about the boy who cried racist, and now you have to call him a rapist. We got to amp up the character assassination. So it can be very intimidating. But it's kind of like The Wizard of Oz. I haven't watched that movie for a while, so I'm probably going to butcher this analogy. But bear with me. The Wizard of Oz, it's like you pull back the curtain and realize, oh, the big, kind of scary, powerful wizard, it's just that fucking guy. Like, it's no big deal. Like, it's that fucking guy. He's got a loud voice, but no, he's just a fucking guy. In reality, that's what cancel culture is. It's, in my opinion, nothing to be intimidated by. It's actually something to be motivated by. If you're being canceled for something worthwhile, you were saying something that's serving humanity enough, speaking to a truth enough that it threatened the side of deception. So here's what I've learned about cancel culture, ladies and gentlemen. Just ladies and gentlemen, I am not acknowledging the other 72 genders right now. Fucking cancel me. Cancel culture only works if you consent to it. It's just a consensual relationship, but people get tricked into consenting to it through their own emotion of fear. What I mean by that is when someone fears losing what cancel culture could take away, which is not the things that really matter. They can only take away, at best, money, status, reputation. You know, things we know can't inherently make you happy, but we all try to make ourselves happy with these things. And yeah, it sucks to have any of those screwed with, which, by the way, most of the time cancel culture can't really screw with them, but it's possible. So when you fear losing what they can take away, that fear is the ring you put on its finger where you join it in holy matrimony. You are now in a consensual relationship with cancel culture. I bow down in obedience, and I'm bowing down because I'm under the weight of my own fear that I carry on my shoulders. Nobody else put it there for me. I did it to myself, but now I'm in control. Now I'm controllable. I'm in a relationship with you, cancel culture. I've consented to it out of my fear. But if you don't fear losing what they can be, what they can take away, guess what? They can't control you. You're not cancelable. unless you consent to it. Because I think God gave us voices for a reason. And I think our voices are meant to express our point of view, represent our own critical thinking, represent our heart, our soul, our values, what we stand for. And there's a lot of people who refuse to use their voice for what really matters. And I think that's sort of like violating the will of God. You're not using your voice to represent your true thinking. Kind of disrespectful to our careers. It's definitely disrespectful to yourself. And I think the less we fear cancel culture, the more people are willing to use your voice, use their voice for what it's intended, to be an audible expression of their own thinking. I'll share something. Just, I don't know why I'm so deep into this riff, but we're going for it. I want to share with you a couple things. There we go. So, man, when the hell did this come out? April 25th. I don't think I shared this last week. Maybe I think I might have shared just a quick blurb of it, but like different contexts, and like bear with me. Like maybe I have to mention. I just don't know what's going on. The leftist news organization Vice. Ooh, sorry guys, y'all went bankrupt. I wonder why. It's weird how like when you don't express truth, it doesn't naturally attract people to you, and when people aren't naturally attracted to you, it's hard for you to sell ads or subscriptions or whatever you try to do. But luckily, George Soros bought Vice, so I'm sure it's really going to turn around and be something better. But anyway, just to my point, an example of cancel culture that's come after me that didn't get me because I didn't consent to it. America's most influential conspiracy theorists are going all in on transphobia. First of all, thank you for the compliment. Calling me one of the most influential and calling me a conspiracy theorist. Dude, I am proud of that. Dude, I don't even believe in reality anymore. It's just way less accurate than conspiracy theories. So anyway, they go on this great picture of me wearing women's clothing, just, another regular day at the office. And let me read this one. Sears has taken a hard right and conspiratorial turn in recent years. Yeah, you fucking think? Of course I have. Becoming a relatively well-known figure in the anti-vaccine world. Fucking proud of it too. I couldn't be more anti-vax. They write that like it's a bad thing. I look at that, I'm like, no, you're right. Yeah, I think it's a good thing, but you're right. Among other things, he emceed a large anti-vaccine mandate march in DC last year. Correction, that wasn't an anti-vaccine march, though I am an anti-vaxxer. It was a pro-freedom march. So go fuck yourselves, Vice. And he's appeared on a podcast with Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the biggest name in the anti-vaccine world, and now a long shot presidential candidate. Now, I don't know. We're going to into company with like RFK Jr., and they mentioned Dr. Robert Malone and Dr. Mercola down here. And I'm just like, thank you. I'm very honored to be considered, to be in the same group as them. So when I read this, which by the way, they reached out to me for comment, and like I know like that's part of what would be me consenting into a relationship with cancel culture. And I also know like there's no matter what I say, it's not going to be used in a more accurate, positive light. So no comment is the best comment for journalists like this. Let's just call him a journalist. Anna Merlin, I'm sure you're a journalist, honey. That's great. And then Vice, I didn't find this until just the other week. They're talking about my wife, Amber Lee Sears, talking about me again. I don't know why they need to talk about me, but my point is, when I read these articles and things like it, I get amused. I don't get scared. I get scared. Now I'm starting to be controlled by cancel culture. At the very least, my frame of mind is controlled by cancel culture. If I'm stressed about it, guess what? I'm giving up some of my freedom to the cancers of society. So there's the old saying, don't sweat the small stuff. And when it comes to cancel culture, it's all small stuff. It appears to be a big scary dragon because you consider like, oh, dude, like my neighborhood or like community, the fucking other people. Wow, what do they think of me? Yeah, it seems like a big scary dragon. Pull the curtain back, and the Wizard of Oz is just some fucking guy wearing shorts operating this. It is not a scary thing. Better said, it doesn't deserve your fear. It appears scary, but that's just an illusion. It doesn't deserve your fear. So if you're getting stressed about it, you're giving up your freedom. And it's not them doing it to you. I think self-responsibility would tell us you and I are responsible for our psychological state, our perceptions and our feelings. If you feel fear, intimidation, and stress, which we're all going to have from time to time, but if you're feeling those things, you're giving your power away to cancel culture. You're giving your freedom away to cancel culture. And I don't recommend it. So my point is, my friends, probably don't live out of fear, but live out of love. Okay. Hey, done with that riff. We're gonna get to some other cool stuff here in just a few moments. I do want to, and I've got an announcement I'm going to tell you about in just a second, but first I want to say hey to you beautiful freedom lovers in the comments. I see the Salt Lakers obey with a sheep emoji. Right on. Guessing you're saying that ironically rather than just like, I recommend obeying. These people will be dealt with just a little longer. Highlander 1, try being raised by a, oh, this is kind of graphic, but it's what's written. We're going to do the First Amendment. Try being raised by a bitch single mother and an abusive stepdad. Justified homicide indeed. I don't know what that means. It's a little dark. I'm sorry if that was your early life experience. Sounds very challenging. Lethbridge, JP, keeping good company. Love it. Jules, I don't care if you're angry at evil. Anger is never a good thing. Yeah, I would say anger, just share my opinion on that opinion, and I love that opinion. I think anger has a purpose, and I think the purpose of anger is self-preservation. It motivates either fight or flight. It motivates protection. It motivates an enforcement of boundaries. Anger is oftentimes the initial awareness that we've allowed ourselves to be violated. So I think anger in short spells is purposeful and is healthy, but I think being stuck in the emotion of anger, that is super unhealthy. It's just like being in your car, you've got it redlined. You can do that occasionally for short periods of time, but when you keep your car redlined, that ain't healthy. It's, you know, being in self-preservation mode, and you've got the self-preservation emotion of anger coming out when your life is not in danger, burns us out. Not good. Say goodbye to peace of mind. Say goodbye to happiness. Also, what a joy you're going to be around to everybody else around you. But I think, listen to anger. Cool. What do I need? Do I need to enforce a boundary? Do I need to speak my mind? Make those adjustments, and hopefully the anger naturally dissipates. If it doesn't, go meditate. Damn it. Hell yeah. Man, I appreciate y'all being on. Turd Ferguson DA. Love that username. Shout out to Norm McDonald. Jesus opened a can of whoop ass in the temple on the money changers. Yes, he did. Yes. Gina Knight. I love this. Spend time in nature if you feel angry. Nature does wonders for the soul. I agree. I personally have been doing my best to regularly get out and take hikes past few weeks. It's been helpful, important, good for my soul. By the way, there's a lot in the world to be angry about. A lot of potential things to be angry about. So I probably know some people who like naturally will dissipate their anger. Like, oh, no, I'm supposed to be doing EMP fucking electromagnetic pulse attack today, which I have heard. It's like, why would they do that? That's like violating. Yeah, there's a lot to be angry about. So I think actually one of the ways freedom lovers can be a little bit, one of the potential detriments to us, the more we're awakened, you know, the old saying, waking up is hard to do. It's uncomfortable. Yeah. There's a lot to be angry about. Like if you're just eyes glazed over sheep, like they're taking care of us, they're protecting us. Thank God. I'll stay in here for my protection. I'll take that 5th booster. Okay, I'll do that for my protection. Yeah, it's not going to be angry because you don't see the people fucking raping your existence. But when you're awake to it, there's a lot to be angry at. And I think as freedom lovers, we can be at fault if we stay in that frame of anger. You know, first off, we're angry because we love freedom, and we get angry at violations of our freedom. We get angry at lies, hypocrisy, corruption, deception. And when we stay there, we've already given our freedom away. We've given it to them. And we may not see that, but we've done it. But you can't get out of jail. You don't know you're in. Once you know you're in that jail of anger that you built around you, then we can do our best to be a little more careful. Get out in nature, meditate, exercise. By the way, I think speaking our truthful mind is one of the prime sort of cleansers of anger. A lot of us are angry because we have a lot of stuff inside we don't say, so we resent the world around us because they don't know it, and we resent ourselves because we haven't said it. So, like, dude, I don't believe in the boosters. Cool, that can be healing. It can relieve anger. Woo! I want to share with you something as we move along. I am proud to announce the launch of my very first children's book. Da, da, da. It just became available yesterday. I'm going to tell you about it in a second, but first, the title is Chomp, 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 the Snap Fast Challenge. You might say, well, JP, that's a stupid title. What's that mean? Like, that doesn't mean anything to me. I'm a little angry at you because you said something I don't understand. Yeah. Chomp, 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 the Snap Fast Challenge. The title comes from the story arc of the book, so it makes sense when you read it. So Chomp, Chomp, Chomp. I've partnered with Brave Books to release this children's book for a couple of reasons. First off, Brave Books, the publisher, they're fantastic. They partner oftentimes with a lot of freedom-loving voices out there to author children's books, to bring pro-America, pro-God, pro-good values to children through entertaining story form that's digestible for the child's mind. So I love that. Honored to work with Brave Books. By the way, they've done books with other people you'll know, like Kevin Sorbo, Zuby, the Hodge twins, DC Drano, a bunch of other amazing freedom lovers. I think why they do their work and why I chose to bring this book to the world, to state the obvious, there are a lot of dangerous ideas engineered to invade the minds of our children. They're all over the place. They're coming from schools, they're coming from Hollywood, they're coming from all different directions. So I think two things need to happen. One, children, gender ideologies. You're born racist, or if you're a different color, you'll never amount to anything. Just horrible. By the way, masculinity is toxic. Okay, let's sexualize children. Not only do children need to be protected from that dangerous ideology that is engineered to get into their minds, they need to be protected from that. But also, secondly, I think children need much better solutions for entertainment, stories, and education that are solutions that are not only neutral, as in like they'll do no harm, but they're actually empowering. They accomplish the objective of do no harm, but they do better than that. They do good. They instill pro-America, pro-God, pro-freedom, pro-good morals into the minds and hearts of children. So with this book, there's the number one lesson that I want to instill in my little boy. If I could only instill one message into his precious being as a father, it would be this: always follow your heart and your own critical thinking. Have the awareness to know what your thinking is and what your heart's saying, and then have the courage to act on it. That would be the number one lesson I want to instill in my little boy, because that's teaching him as he gets older to let his mind and heart be his own guide. Like, I'm not going to be around forever. And even if I was around forever, it would be disempowering for him to like always need to rely on dad. Dad, what should I do here? Dad, what's the right thing to do? No, my son's heart and his brilliant mind, they know better than even I do. And especially as he gets older, it'll know better. So encouraging him to be in touch with that and trust that, that's the number one thing that I want to instill in him, because that's giving him, God hides it inside of here. We just need to learn to access it and trust it. So Chomp, Chomp, Chomp is about peer pressure. We use a landscape of social media to illustrate the temptations of peer pressure, just as that's relevant to kids. It's something they can relate to. And by the way, I wouldn't want to be a kid nowadays. You know, the bullying, the peer pressure via social media, it's immense. So the story takes place in the landscape of kids using social media, and it's all about peer pressure, and it helps deliver the message of what the painful consequences are of betraying yourself and succumbing to peer pressure, while also illustrating when you take the journey into trusting yourself, avoiding the temptation of peer pressure. It illustrates the rewards and fulfillment and happiness of that, of being true to yourself. That's a very important lesson, in my opinion. Why? It's a good question. You might say, well, JP, peer pressure, that's like, yeah, it's a lesson as old as time itself, but like, it's not very relevant. Like, who cares? I care. And here's why. The past 3 years, when we've seen freedom being eroded, when we've seen people complying with things that they probably don't want to do, but they're just complying with things, I realize The biggest problem I've seen in the world the past 3 years is peer pressure. What peer pressure looks like for adults, we usually don't call it peer pressure. What we've learned to call it is obedience. When we see people without a strong sense of self, without sovereignty, we see them simply succumbing to peer pressure. It's called obedience. Get this shot, get these 12 shots. Okay. Do you want to consider like if that makes sense to you or if it's in your best interest for your health? No, I just do it. I just, all that's at stake is my life, but I don't think that's worth like going through the discomfort of discerning if I really want to do this, if my mind and heart tell me to. I would just rather comply with the peer pressure. So I'm just going to do that. So people's lives have been lost the past 3 years by succumbing to peer pressure. Families have been divided because people succumb to peer pressure through obedience. I personally don't care what your choices are. What I care about is you are the one making your choices. If you're succumbing to peer pressure, yes, that's a choice itself, but it's not you making your choice. It's you complying with a choice that's made for us. And the devil masquerades as an angel in disguise. Throughout our lives, from childhood all the way through adulthood, there will be people who probably weren't held enough as children trying to make your choices for you. Now, I don't want that for my son. Because I don't think obedience with peer pressure, obedience with society pressure, obedience with tyrants, I don't think that's going to make anybody happy. I don't think it gives anybody any level of true fulfillment, meaning, and purpose. I want my son to have a very rich life. I want him to have happiness, true happiness, not gratification, but true happiness. I want him to have a life of meaning. I want him to feel a sense of fulfillment and purpose. And those states are impossible to reach if you're betraying yourself in the name of succumbing to peer pressure, complying. So with that said, because that's the number one message that I feel is most important for me to teach my son, I wanted to write it in book form, story form, so other families, other children can be exposed to it through an entertaining, relatable, digestible for the child's mind lesson. So with that said, that's why I wrote this book. If you care to check it out, I would be honored. I would be absolutely honored. It would thrill me. It would be a favor to me. I would just love it. And hopefully it can have a positive impact on your life, children's lives, families' lives, either yours or other people you gift it to. So if you'd like to check it out, you can go to bravebooks.us. As in America, bravebooks.us. And you can buy just the individual book copy. I would love that. You can also subscribe to Brave's family plan, where you get a new book each month and various lessons and games that come along to keep your family engaged in meaningful conversation, to regularly instill and reinforce good positive values that you as a parent would be so joyful to have your child exposed to. So you can take a look at all that at bravebooks.us. Look at this. Look at this. I'm going to show you a picture. Beautifully illustrated. Look, there's animals. Look, animals. You see those animals? Those are the characters. Yeah. Characters. The good thing about writing a children's book is your level of literacy while you write the book doesn't have to be that high. Talk to Brave Books. They're like, yeah, JP, yours wasn't high enough. That's why we had to pay our editors overtime. Fair enough. Anyway, I don't think there's anything more important than protecting our children and positively impacting our children. So it's just a real joy to take on this project, and so thrilled. It's just launched yesterday. Check it out, bravebooks.us. It's American flag. Wouldn't it be weird if I just showed up one day and that's like a Ukraine flag? And like, JP, there's a subtle shift about you. Can't put my finger on it. Like, yeah. Let's just put it this way. I'm pro-pharmaceutical company now. Dude, I'm like Howard Stern or Rage Against the Machine. I am so anti-establishment. Power to the people. How much is that check for? Okay. You better comply, you son of a bitch. Hey, someone who I think is very pro-America, someone who I've admired, someone who I'm honored to call a friend, someone who I know his heart is in a beautiful place of service. Hey, talk about Robert F. Kennedy Jr., but you know how a couple, like whatever, the beginning was talking about the tyrannical king and like the court jesters checking the king's ego. We want benevolent kings. We've got way too many tyrannical kings. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., I believe, is a very benevolent king. I think benevolent means friendly and good. That's what it means. Otherwise, I'm probably saying things I don't mean. So one mark of a tyrannical king, is we have spots for kings in political office. One mark of a tyrannical king, often, not always, but often, is someone who wants to be in office. The power, the control, the significance, the fame. It's very tempting to the king's ego, isn't it? Robert F. Kennedy Jr., based on my interpretation of him, I don't think he wants to be in office. I think he feels called to be in office to serve the people. And you look at your favorite tyrannical king if you choose. Let's take Justin Trudeau, for example. He's someone, in my opinion, who uses the people to serve him, rather than him in the position of a king being of service to the people. By the way, the king, in an ideal scenario, a healthy king who is healthy for the kingdom, that king is the biggest servant in the kingdom. We're like, no, JP, it's the other way around. No, it's not. We might think it's the other way around just because we're used to seeing all these tyrannical kings. But the king should be the biggest servant in the kingdom. And he's not there to serve his own agenda. A good king isn't even there to service his own wants. The king, he gets his wants checked by the court jester. So those aren't in the driver's seat. The king is there to serve the people. And he does that by serving the higher purpose. And the reason why a king wears the crown is symbolically, that's the reminder to the king, you serve a higher purpose. Stay in service to it. That's how he serves the people of the kingdom. He's sort of like the vessel that a higher purpose comes through to bless the people of the kingdom. That's why he wears the crown. It's a symbolic reminder, dear king, you are the biggest servant in the kingdom. You serve a higher purpose. Differentiating that between his wants, his desires. No. Let the crown remind you, you are a servant of a higher purpose. And I think Robert F. Kennedy Jr. wears the crown very well. Did I have a point about? Oh yeah. So Robert F. Kennedy Jr., you've probably seen the teasers. He's given a speech in, I think it's Philadelphia, might be tonight or maybe tomorrow. He's teasing it out. The speculation. Here's where the plot gets thickened. Here's where the plot thickens like a Pfizer blood clot. You've probably heard me say that way too many times, but I really like saying that, so I'm going to keep saying that. It's being speculated that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is going to announce that he's running as an independent. And dear freedom lover, I want you to know that really excites me for a couple of reasons. First, sort of the context. He wrote a letter to, I think he wrote it directly to Biden, just talking about like, hey, the DNC, the Democratic National Committee or fucking whatever, it's corrupt. Obviously it's corrupt. It's, rigged elections with, hey, Hillary and Bernie, Bernie fucking Hillary. Yeah, that's definitely what we're doing here. They framed Tulsi Gabbard like she's a Russian spy. All right. So he's very aware that he's not going to get a free and fair democratic process being in the slimy hands of the DNC. So he wants a fair shake running for president. So that's why it's speculated that he'll be running as an independent or announcing he's running as an independent. And here's really the two reasons why that excites me. Reason number one, I think the name Democrat, especially the past few years, it's become so tainted with corruption. It's got shit smear fingerprints all over it. It's just a compromised party. And yeah, I'll be the first to say, I don't think the Republican National Committee is necessarily a bunch of saints either. We're talking about the Democratic Party, so that's what we're going to talk about. So there's so many people in the freedom-loving community I've talked to who were excited back in maybe it was April or so when RFK announced he's going to run for president. But the number one objection I heard, which by the way, keep in mind, this is incredible. He's calling himself a Democrat, but freedom-loving conservative people are like, dude, I think I'd love to have him be president. I'd love for it to be, in the final election, Trump against RFK. It's kind of like, wouldn't it be awesome to have two good options? No matter who wins, we all win, nobody loses. It'd be amazing. But the number one objection I heard, and it was my number one objection, was he's a Democrat. I don't think that's a good choice for him to run as a Democrat. That's just, a lot of people have said, I can't let myself vote for a Democrat. It's just such a tainted name. And if I were RFK, I wouldn't have initially ran as a Democrat. but I think I can understand his reasons. Like he's got such a proud family lineage as Democrats. So I get that. And he's probably much more aware of what the Democratic Party used to be, for more of his life than not. The Democratic Party was something other than just this totalitarian communist corruption regime out to save democracy, but install communism. So I get that. He's very aware of what it used to be, what it should be. And he's, his father, his uncle were
I'm not sure.
High-level Democrats, and
I think he was always. I think he.
So, nonetheless,
he wrote the vibe that he's probably going to decide by today.
I would love to see that. I would feel.
Well, that's probably.
Yeah, I would love.
It's
to
probably
have
going to
the
be more of a
dilemma,
fundraising announcement than anything.
Or do I vote for Trump? And my biggest objection of, well, he's calling himself the Democrat. It's hard to do anything to support that party. I love that objection might be removed. Here's the other cool thing. Political speculators who are way more informed than myself. But it doesn't stop me from talking loudly with opinions that sound certain. A lot of people are saying, hey, if he runs as an independent, that strengthens everybody but Biden. Because if, there's some folks who, I'm going to vote for Kennedy no matter what, that's amazing. And other folks who are like, dude, I wasn't going to vote for him running as a Democrat. Now I can. That's awesome. So long story short, certainly possible that in the general election, after all the primaries, and Kennedy could essentially make the general election because he doesn't get stomped out in the primaries by very strong candidate Biden, but more importantly, the very strongly controlled Democratic National Committee, who is like, we want Biden to run, wink, wink. So Kennedy, you're out, you lose the primary. In the general election, if he's running as an independent, he shows up at the table. He's got a spot at the party. So let's just say it's Trump, Kennedy, Biden. Kennedy can essentially siphon votes away from Biden. And if we live in a world for a second where we are imagining Kennedy doesn't get elected president, so it's really Trump versus Biden. Kennedy is siphoning votes away from Biden. That's a good thing. But if he was running as a Democrat, he couldn't do that because he would probably be ousted after the primaries. So I think it is just all good news that he's running that we were speculating he's running as an independent. And the other cool possibility that we haven't even talked about here is if he's running as an independent, therefore he can actually make it to the general election, doesn't get, tyrannically stomped out by the DNC, like, you're not our guys. So, the voice of the people, not what we're doing. We want Biden. So that's what we say the people want. So if Kennedy's actually on the ballot, guess what? He could also just win. That'd be amazing. So anyway, I'm excited to see that. And I've got a little clip of what a president should be able to do. Maybe you've seen this. Maybe you haven't. You're going to see it right now. Look at this. This is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. You say, well, is he on the edge of a cliff? Yes, he is. Watch. Look at it. Look at that. Yeah, I think he's in his late 60s. Backflip, I'd say that's probably 15 feet off the water. Yeah, let's see Biden do that. Be tumbling down. By the way, I do have some critique on the backflip form. Wasn't a true backflip. It's more of a back roll twist. Now, what I want to understand is, did he do that on purpose? Because there's sort of a style where you're not just going completely inverted like a traditional gymnast or diver, but it's kind of hip and cool. You're doing more of like a rotational twist flip kind of thing. That's what he did. But there's also some people, that's how they do backflips because they have a fear of going completely inverted, leading with their head. But what you want to do is once you jump, you arch back, you immediately spot the water, spot your landing, and then your body adjusts accordingly. Don't screw that up. So that's all really important information. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt and say, like, I think he could have done better on the backflip, to be honest with you. But a presidential candidate who does a mediocre backflip, in my opinion, is way better than a presidential candidate that does no flips. Other than when he's trying to walk up or down steps, he does a little tumble. It's like, dude, that is excellent acrobatics, Joe. Acrobatics, that is amazing. It's like, dude, thank you. I fractured my hip and I didn't mean to do it. You think Hunter's going to go to jail? Do you? Let me know in the chat. Do you think Hunter's going to jail or is he going to get off scot-free? He's formally charged with gun illegal gun possession. You're not supposed to purchase a gun or be in possession of a gun when you're on drugs. Hunter's on drugs. So, he threw it in the dumpster. You know the story. And then apparently he's just recently pled not guilty. It's like, bro, I think you're guilty. But do you think he's going to go to jail? I don't think he will. I think he should. I want him to. I would just like Hunter to be in jail. I would like that. But let me know. Yeah, by the way, I see some comments. Not bad for an old guy. Kennedy's flip. That's awesome. Not bad at all. That was a side flip. LOL. It's not the Olympics, dude. I have high standards of flips. I want you to know that. If Trump is not elected, kiss the country goodbye for good. Well, I don't want to kiss the country goodbye. Hunter for prison. I like that. Yes, let's get him into prison. Hunter will go to jail. He can't stop it. Yeah, I did hear something. They will Epstein someone before letting them sit in jail. Epstein didn't kill himself. What? Epstein did to kill himself. He did not kill himself. Epstein was killed. People, my speculation, which I'd be so hard pressed to believe that this isn't true. People in Epstein's black book with a lot to lose. The more you have, the more you can lose. Therefore, the more scared you are. Therefore, the more you need to control the world around you. People in Epstein's black book, it's like, hey, Epstein's still alive. He could talk. That'd be the worst case scenario. He's facing a lot of prison time. Why wouldn't he talk? How can we make it so he doesn't talk? Pay off an inmate. Pay off security guards. So the guards watching Epstein's cell, they're busy not watching his cell. They accidentally turn off the security cameras. Inmate enters Epstein's cell, strangles the motherfucker. Personally, glad he's dead. Autopsy. Hey, he hung himself. What's the autopsy say? Says he was fucking strangled. Autopsies aren't that scientific, are they? Well, it's a shame Epstein killed himself like that. Yeah, Epstein killed himself. What was, by the way, I see someone selling an F-15 or F-35. Jay O'Hara, you have an F-35 for sale. Did you find what the government lost? What? Oh, man. I had a point where was I going? I don't know. But let me share something else with you that I also didn't know where I was going. Have you seen the Biden influence peddling timeline? It's freaking nuts. Let me show you real quick. We're not going to go through the whole thing because it's extensive. So in other words, like, there's a lot of evidence, a lot of dots just lining up that this fucking guy, super corrupt, selling influence in office. And, what triggered this into my mind, I think it was like last week, I read that the House Republican Committee, they suspect the Bidens didn't just acquire what they thought was $20 million in corrupt monies from Ukraine. 50 million. Come on. 50 million. So take a look at this on your, take a look at this in your own time, because there's a lot of details, but it's beautifully laid out. It's a masterful portrayal of the Biden influence peddling timeline, which, by the way, just the website, pull that over here, oversight.house.gov, the Biden's influence peddling timeline. Just take a quick gander at this. This is freaking nuts. Okay, so it's just laying it all out, like nice visual form, which is great. Gives the high level details of each occurrence. Super cool. And you're like, dude, okay, there's a few occurrences. I mean, you start to look pretty guilty. And then it goes on, it goes on, it goes on, keeps going. There is a lot of, I don't know. I mean, how do you possibly Epstein all these guys? It's like, dude, we have like 300 people. We need to shut the fuck up permanently. Are the Clintons busy today? We got some work for them to do. Woo! All right, ladies and gentlemen, a couple stories I want to get to. There is a nut job influencer in Philadelphia named Meatball. I don't know why she is named Meatball, but she's named Meatball. Very flattering name. And you know how past couple of years we have a tendency to riot, steal, and loot as a way of peacefully protesting. And unfortunately, there's a precedence set, which is kind of like, you're going to get away with this. Yeah, Soros prosecutor, soft on crime, cool. You're going to be pretty good. Just fucking do what you want. So teary-eyed influencer Meatball, who live streamed Philadelphia looting mayhem, is charged with 6 felonies. So this isn't going to be the sharpest tool in the shed. There were criminals looting an Apple store in Philadelphia. And this influencer, very positive influence, I might add, said, well, this is a good idea for content. Fucking filmed it. So she's there filming herself committing felonies. And they're using that against her. Because she's charged with 6 felonies and I think 2 misdemeanors, which is great. Like criminals, like it's not okay. We need a little law and order restored to this country. So that made me happy. She is probably not happy. But then also we got to cover CNN.com, such a trustworthy site. You probably saw this. New York Representative Jamal Bowen pulls fire alarm in House office building, but says it was an accident. I don't believe him. So, the House was going to be voting on something. I think it was like whether to shut down the government. No, I might be making that up. They were going to be voting on something. The Democrats wanted to delay the vote. I don't know exactly how and why that works, but the Democrats wanted to delay the vote. So this congressman goes and pulls a fire alarm. He's like, no, I didn't. They're like, we have the video of you pulling it, you idiot. And then he's like, well, for him to think people are this stupid that they could possibly fall for it is just incredible. But he says, well, I didn't mean to pull it. I was trying to open a door. Let me show you. You might not be aware of how doors work. See these doors? So apparently those doors were locked. So he goes to something that has the words fire alarm written on it. He's like, yeah, well, doors can be very confusing. So I was trying to open the doors and then I guess it was a fire alarm. So I didn't mean to pull it. You lying sack of leftist garbage. And then, we start to use logic and like, well, you were trying to interfere with a democratic process of the House voting. Is that an insurrection? Is it, Congressman Brown? I think it is, ladies and gentlemen. And then AOC, everybody's favorite bartender, she came to his defense. It doesn't even matter what she said because it's not intelligent. It's just great. It's just great, ladies and gentlemen. We live in a great world. I want to show you, before we close out in a few minutes, I want to show you 2 more things. That's what I want to do. I want to show you 2 more things. Wish we had all day, but I'm going to show you 2 more things. But first, I do want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors today, Awaken CBD. It's a CBD brand that I started because my life, my health challenges, I've been greatly helped by CBD. It's something that has used, countless people have used it to overcome a number of challenges as well as enhance their vitality. Yet good quality CBD that's pure, it's not loaded with chemicals, and the potency that is on the label is the potency in the actual product. That can be a little bit hard to get. So because I became such a CBD enthusiast, I wanted to bring a CBD on the market, to the market, that people could trust. It's organically grown, it's third-party tested for purity, potency. It's as pure and potent as CBD can possibly get. I'm so proud of this. If you'd like to check out Awaken CBD, go to awakencbd.com. We've got the full spectrum tinctures. There we are, kind of in focus. Yeah, full spectrum tinctures. We have CBD gummies. We have CBD sleep gummies. Another CBD formula. We've also got intensive relief rub. Also another roll-on CBD gel when your inner idiot is much like mine and you get your aches and pains and want to find some relief. So I would be honored if you checked out Awaken CBD, and at best, I ask for a shot to earn your business with Awaken CBD. If you don't love the product, if you're not thoroughly satisfied, then please never buy from us again because we don't deserve it. Yet, if you love it and Awaken CBD can continue to support you and fulfill your needs there, then it would just be a joy to have you in the Awaken CBD family. So check it out if you'd like, awakencbd.com. And then lastly, we will close. I think a good Fauci contradiction is an important part of anyone's day. Someone who lies, then they lie about lying, they gaslight. Dude, I never said that. Well, here's a video of you saying that thing that you just said you didn't say. I don't like it when you gaslight, Fauci. I don't like it when any tyrants gaslight. They're the tyrannical, evil people, but they treat us like we're the morons. No, we're all morons, but especially them. So let me play this quick clip. I came across this the other day. It's short, it's sweet, and very complete. Kind of rhymes, doesn't it? All right. Fauci, let me just refresh this. Take it away, Fauci, you craphead. Play. Why is this not? Oh, we got to start over. Need the sound. Instagram, why do you do this? I never recommend shutting anything down. I never did that. I never recommended shutting things down. Next clip. I recommended to the president that we shut things down. Fauci, you use the exact words. Like there's no, like, you know, when they're just going to gaslight, they're going to do that. That's what someone like him does. When they're going to gaslight, you'd think you'd use slightly different language so you have some level of reasonable, like, doubt to get away with your lie. So if you said, I recommended to the president that we shut things down, like use a different word than recommendation when you're lying about what you said. So like, oh yeah, I never said we should shut things down. They're like, well, what about this video? He's like, in that video, I recommended we shut things down, but I never said we should shut things down. Fauci, you got to be a better liar, bro. You are not good at it. You do a lot of it. Practice should make perfect, but you are not a good liar. Anthony Fauci. Anthony Edward Fauci. I don't know if that's his middle name. It should be. Anthony Edward Fauci. I think, you know, the TV show Mr. Ed, the talking horse, like from many decades ago. I think it was a black and white show. I watched some episodes when I was a kid with my grandmother. I think we should have a reboot that show, but the horse is Fauci. I mean, it's like an actual horse, but it's Fauci's voice, and he's the character of Fauci. Like all the corrupt stuff Fauci's done, it's the horse. So it'll kind of like make you like the character that you hate most. And I think that'd be awesome. And if that was the case, we would need to call the horse Anthony Edward Fauci. Do a tribute to Mr. Ed. And I think a horse named Edward, just more trustworthy, right? It's kind of a name of prestige. Anthony Edward Fauci, would you like some carrots? I never recommended that we shut things down. It's like, bro, I asked you about fucking carrots and you're lying about something you said. Like you just make yourself look guilty the more you talk. Let's focus on carrots. Anthony Edward Fauci, would you like some? Go get your booster. Fuck! Anthony Edward Fauci, would you just eat some carrots? Be a horse, for crying out loud. The unvaccinated should be in jail. Fuck off! Oh. We need to euthanize this horse here.
Get 357.
Euthanize Anthony Edward Fauci. Gotta dig a big hole then. Well, yes, we're getting a little dark, aren't we? That's okay. Hey, last thing I want to share, it is just ridiculous, and it's a topic, it's meaningful to me. The number one thing I despise most is groups, people going after children. The number one thing I despise. Gays Against Groomers. It's an account I love to follow because, as their username suggests, you've probably heard of them, they are gays who are against grooming. And their whole thing is to differentiate, get people to realize, hey, you know the whole LGBTQ bullshit? They hijacked this movement from the gays. They hijacked our pride flag. You know, we used to be like, hey, we're gay and just like treat us as normal people, please. It'd be great. Awesome. Cool. But they're saying, hey, the LGBTQ movement, yes, we see they're going after children. We see they're sexualizing children. We want you to know that's not us. That is a corrupt, devious agenda being infiltrated through our group. So no, that's not us. And I think Gays Against Groomers, they are a powerful voice for it, because it's one thing for a straight dude like me to call out the corrupt, degenerated, ideological shit in the LGBTQ movement. But it's another thing. It's more powerful, more potent for a group of gays to say, that is incredibly corrupt. That is not us. We denounce them. So anyway, Gays Against Groomers had this post the other day. In a matter of 3 days, Media Matters, GLAAD, and Pink News have all come out urging Facebook and Instagram to ban us. They are terrified of our voices and use insane defamatory lies to pressure big tech into doing so. So trying to pressure big tech to ban Gays Against Groomers, and the the main narrative that the media that protects groomers, main thing they're saying is, yeah, gays against groomers, they're a hate group. They are hateful towards LGBTQ. They're like, what? We're the G, the B, and the L's. Like, you're saying like we're a hate group against gays? We are literally gay. We couldn't be gayer. We are very much against groomers. So once again, we see the media protecting groomers, protecting child predators, while trying to shut down those who call them out. Try to shut down those who protect kids. Gays against groomers. They're there to call out the predators so we can see them, so we can be protected against them. But the media, let's shut down the guys who are anti-predator, anti-grooming. Sound of Freedom comes out. Let's shut down the movie that is against predators. I guess we're protecting the predators. We're pro-predator, and we're not going to tell you that. We are. We will just try to shut down anyone. So that's why I think Gays Against Groomers, they have such a potent voice. I love following their stuff. They're always posting good content to be aware of, but they have a very relevant voice. They are the gays who are saying what they're doing over here under the LGBTQ umbrella, that is not right. We're calling out the grooming, and then the media says we need to shut down their hate group. Media, we see you once again. I don't trust the media. One day, maybe I'll make a show called Lies You Can Trust, just so I can mock the distrustworthiness of the media. Well, we'll see what happens. Hey, before we sign off, I am just going to say what's up in the chat one more time. Absurd Beats. It's not just LGBT that is pissed at these neo-trans crazies. Yeah. Trans movement to erase the gays. My gay cousin is pissed as hell at the trans movement. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unity is dangerous to
What's
them.
that supposed to be on 357? Is it on C-SPAN or something?
Yeah. I'm only against you when you force your beliefs upon me by force, and the more you use, the more it turns against you. Something like that. Tuggin' Me Tubin, that's a funny name, by the way. JP for Speaker of the House. I accept. Yeah, apparently there's some, like, Matt Gaetz is trying to get Kevin McCarthy out, and I don't really have an opinion. Like, I'm not like a big Kevin McCarthy fan by any stretch, but I'm not informed enough to have an opinion. Like, dude, is that like a good move? Is it productive? Is it distractive? Are there bigger negative consequences down the road if that happens? I don't know. But all I can say for certainty is I accept this nomination as Speaker of the House. So, my friends, that's it for today's show. Thank you for being here with me live for another episode of Lies You Can Trust, coming at you every Tuesday at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. It is just a joy to be here, connected with you. And if you want to continue the connection, please join me in my locals community. I didn't know Freedom Lovers. You'll see a red join button on your screen under this video. You can hit that. Join me in a big group of like-minded, like-hearted Freedom Lovers for more connected conversation and community vibe. So see you on the inside if you'd like to join me there. But otherwise, I really appreciate you. And by the way, thank you for being on Team Humanity. Thank you for knowing what you stand for and using your voice and actions to represent and express what you stand for. We need more of that in our world. And by the way, don't tell anybody, but I am optimistic for a beautiful, free future. We have work to do, but I'm very optimistic for it. I love y'all. See you.
Good.
Investigations and always record the police. This is an extremely disturbing story out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Deals with a grandmother, and this is despicable. Police get away with this because they are not held accountable. It is our job and our duty as the American people to hold these police officers and their superior officers for holding them accountable for these egregious crimes they do against humanity, we the people. Baton Rouge, Louisiana, a woman says she was sexually humiliated by police in a torture warehouse. She's a grandmother. So now Brown, a grandmother, is the second person to sue the police department in Louisiana after she was taken to what has been called the Brave Cave. And let's check this video out here from NBC News.
The police department in Baton Rouge, Louisiana is under scrutiny because of lawsuits that claim officers tortured detainees in an off-site warehouse. NBC News Now correspondent Stephen Romo has more on the disturbing allegations.
Shocking allegations about an unmarked police facility in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, coming to light in a new federal lawsuit.
Detainees are essentially kidnapped, too, taken, interrogated, frequently beaten, and strip searched.
Now, one of the officers involved, Troy Lawrence Jr., has resigned and is charged with small battery in connection to a different incident. Local leaders disturbed by the revelations.
I made the immediate decision to permanently close the facility.
47-year-old Ternell Brown
I wonder
is
how many
suing the
of these
Baton Rouge
people knew
Police
about
Department,
this,
saying she endured sexual
They didn't even
humiliation
exist.
while in custody in June. Brown says in the complaint she was stopped while carrying 2 types of her own prescription pills and taken to an off-site warehouse referred to as the Brave Cave.
What was she stopped for? I haven't heard anything about that. Policing in the United States has become so incredibly predatory. Continuing.
Baton Rouge Area Violence Elimination Unit, or BRAVE Team. There, she says she underwent an invasive 2-hour strip search with a flashlight and was released with no charges.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Pause this, pause this.
NBC News Now.
Pause this. This is insane. A 2-hour strip search. She endured a 2-hour strip search with a flashlight. The human body is not that large. I could strip search a blue whale in probably an hour or less. Probably in about 10 minutes. Not that I would ever want to strip search a blue whale, nor should you. This is complete sadistic, sociopathic, psychopathic torture. And when these stories are released to the public, like NBC News is covering this now, Fox News, many others, it didn't just start when this story was discovered. This has been going on for months and probably years. And then you're going to hear the chief of police. He will say, oh, I didn't know it was being used for strip searches. This place, which was called so creatively, so gleefully Brave as an acronym. Continuing.
Correspondent Stephen Romo has more on the disturbing allegations.
Shocking allegations about an unmarked police facility in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, coming to light in a new federal lawsuit.
Detainees are essentially kidnapped, too, taken, interrogated, frequently beaten, and strip searched.
Now, one of the officers involved, Troy Lawrence Jr., has resigned and is charged with small battery in connection to a different incident. Local leaders disturbed by the revelations.
I made the immediate decision to permanently close the facility.
47-year-old Ternell Brown is suing the Baton Rouge Police Department, saying she endured sexual humiliation while in custody in June. Brown says in the complaint she was stopped while carrying 2 types of her own prescription pills and taken to an off-site warehouse referred to as the Brave Cave by the Baton Rouge Area Violence Elimination Unit, or BRAVE Team. There, she says she underwent an invasive 2-hour strip search with a flashlight and was released with no charges.
That facility has been around 19 years. Facility is called the Narcotics Process.
Hold on. This is Chief Murphy Paul, a despicable human being. How do I know that? Because these are the people that he is responsible for. And he, right over there, that's his face. Remember that face. Baton Rouge Police Department Chief Murphy Paul dresses up in a nice suit. Oh, see, he feigns ignorance of this. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. Remember, they give that to us constantly. Oh, he didn't know it was used like this. Bull! Nothing happens. In a police department, it's run like a military. That the underlings do, that the superior officers do not approve of, either blatantly or tacitly, meaning silently. They just know it's okay to do those things. This guy is as responsible as the police officers who tortured that grandmother in that unmarked facility. And he needs to be held accountable, not just being fired. He needs to go to the criminal place, to prison. Continuing.
Processing center.
Were you aware that it was used for strip searches?
No, the strip search, I was not aware of that.
It's not just the existence of this facility that's under scrutiny. The department's broad stop and strip policy is also being questioned. It allows officers to strip search civilians without arresting them.
Do you think that might need to change the strip search policy?
Absolutely.
Oh my God! I can't contain myself here. Does it need to change? It's been the policy. He approved the policy. He may have even created the policy. The only reason he says he wants to change it is because, should this be changed now? This is the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. There cannot be a strip search policy to just strip search people just because they feel like it. Take them into an unmarked torture facility that they have the acronym BRAVE, because these police officers, these brave men and women, they are so brave to strip search innocent people who are not armed and kidnap them and torture them and abuse them for hours. I would be thinking, if I didn't know this was the United States, I would be thinking it was the Tala, and I can't say that word because of this platform I'm on. The Tala, bada,
Be right back.
BAN. Not police in the United States. And again, this is just what they got caught at. This is always the tip of the iceberg. This police chief and all the police officers there need to be held accountable, always peacefully, always through the law. They need to be not just fired. That's not enough. They need to be held criminally responsible for their actions. And if there's a mayor that approved this strip search policy, he or she needs to be fired, impeached so quickly they do not know what hit them.
Chief says the department policy is reviewed yearly, but the strip search policy hasn't been revised since 2016, and that's despite a complaint 3 years ago.
What I'm getting arrested for?
You being detained?
How? For what?
Because I said so.
But you ain't tell me.
I ain't gotta tell you why. I don't know.
Whoa.
NBC News now.
This police officer said he doesn't have to tell this person why he's being detained. That is what they did in, remember the 1940s with those people with that guy with the funny mustache? This cannot be America, and it is America, because we are a police state, and I got to talk in a lot of CODE because my videos are shadow banned constantly, and so I got to talk in a lot of code here. So with this, please share this video, please subscribe to my channel, please like this video, and we're not done yet. Continuing.
What I'm getting arrested for?
You being detained?
How? For what?
Because I said so.
But you ain't tell me.
I ain't gotta tell you why. I don't have.
Last month, BRPD hit with yet another lawsuit. This time, 22-year-old Jeremy Lee says he was beaten at the offsite facility and left with a fractured rib, among other injuries. According to the Baton Rouge police chief, it was Lee's complaint to the department in July that led him to disband the Brave unit. Lawrence Jr., a member of the unit and an officer named in both lawsuits, was involved in at least 4 other lawsuits alleging assaults that have either been dismissed or settled. The police department is conducting its own internal affairs and criminal investigations, as well as asking the FBI to get involved.
Do you know of any other cases that could be in the works regarding the Brave Cave?
We do. There will be more.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
There you have it. They're going to do an internal investigation. An internal investigation is not acceptable. This has to end. How did we, the people, allow this to happen? And I take responsibility as being one of we, the people, who allowed this to happen. However, I am also taking responsibility that I do not accept it happening any longer. Thus, my activism work, which I didn't just start. I've been doing this activism work for over 30 years. When a police officer demanded my ID, would not tell me why, and I kept asking him why he wanted it. He wouldn't tell me, so he didn't want to tell me. So he ended up pulling a gun out of his holster and pressing it hard into the temple of my head with his finger on the trigger. And I was 1/8 inch of a trigger pull from being unalived by that police officer. My crime, exercising my Fourth Amendment rights. And ever since then, I have been passionate about police reform and police accountability. Because if you and I do not stand up and take action, and again, always peaceful, never violent, I'm always saying nonviolent, peaceful action. Martin Luther King philosophy, Mahatma Gandhi philosophy. Holding them accountable, however, to the full extent of the law. And how do we do that? The magic and the miracle of video. Video holds the light of transparency, a mirror up to the criminal acts. And video does not make a police officer look bad. A video does not make a police department or a police chief or a mayor look bad. A video is simply a mirror. It just shows what is. And only with video, most of the time, will there be any accountability. That's why always, always, always record the police, especially when you think nothing's happening. Oh, that looks boring. It's just a typical traffic stop. Well, there ain't no typical traffic stop, ladies and gentlemen, because so many of those escalate very, very quickly. Always record the police. And if they hassle you, and hey, I've got a First Amendment right to do so. They say, oh, you're obstructing my investigation. You tell them obstruction is a physical act. Now, this is not legal advice. I am not a lawyer, but these are some fundamental principles. And I tell them obstruction is a physical act. My camera cannot obstruct by 10 feet away or whatever a reasonable distance would be. Now, the cops, the reasonable distance is about 5 miles, 50 miles away. You know, I'm not going to disrupt them in where I'm blocking them physically.
This is it, guys, after this.
But I have a right to speak,
Appreciate
and I have a
everybody
right
hanging out,
to film, as you do as well. And if you want to redress this government, I will put the information in the description in the pinned comment. Only with accountability will we change this. Simply complaining, simply sharing these videos is not enough. It shows what is happening. It shows the truth. But unless we hold them accountable by calling, emailing the mayor, the police chiefs, and really importantly, the politicians, they play like they're our masters. And we have to turn that back because it is upside down now. We need to demand that they serve us and that the police culture completely be changed. Qualified immunity, gone. Internal investigations, gone. Police unions, gone. Rules for thee, not for me, gone. Body cams required from with every police officer and chief. And it needs to be live streamed. No editing, no redacting, no waiting. We should never, ever wait for the video. That is our video footage, not the police officers, not the city or the town. Please like this video. Please share this video. Please subscribe to my channel. Let's get the reach out to more and more people. I appreciate you all. And I thank you for being activists through your emailing, your phone calling. We the people will be victorious to bring America to what it used to be and to make America free again. I am Leroy Truth, and I approve of this message.
Hope that's not copyrighted music. Have a good night, all. He does. Peace, everybody.
I see her rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots and a sexy body full of tats. Baby's bad, oh baby's hella bad. After her there ain't no coming back. Wanna take a run at that. I think she's feeling me, turn it up a few degrees. My imagination of her body gets the best of me. Oh gosh, she's such a tease, bitten lips, bruised knees. I'm addicted to her, need her touching me. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, Casamigos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space, coming closer for a taste. And I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on that tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine. Got a fine little body and her mind's kinda naughty. They say that once you taste it, you cannot replace it. She could get you high, all the dopamine inside triggers fast once she's naked. Her body's a creation. They say the devil made her for his entertainment, but even he couldn't learn how to contain it. Her high heels make a damn good statement. There is no replacement, a body by Satan. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, Casamigos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space, coming closer for a taste. And I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs,